We're gonna be making sure we got audio before we get the show going. So I'll wait and see if I can get an audio check, and then we'll get going momentarily. Let me make sure I got all my equipment. We're gonna need the timer, of course. So start the timer. There we go. All right. So we'll wait till we get an audio check and go from there. I'll get my last platform going. And today we're going to be primarily reading comments. So I just want to, we do the open forums routinely. Today is another. I mean, we do have some topics too, but today is going to be open forum as well. So weekends, I definitely like to try to do that on the weekends. Helps keep show interesting. So we'll see what we get on the sound check from YouTube, and if it's good, we should be able to get going. So let me know on YouTube if you guys get sound, and we'll start it out from there. So I'll wait till I get a sound check from YouTube and continue on what I'm doing over here. What do we have here? Make sure I got the not for children checked off. And I think everything else is good. Let me see here. Um, Everything but the sound check. So we should be good there. And yep, so we're ready. All I need is a sound check and we'll be good to go. So somebody will let me know in the comments there momentarily. And then we'll go ahead and get things under wraps. So I'll wait for that. Oh, and I'll straighten out a few things. Okay. Hello, Tim. Do you guys have good sound? You got sound? Let me know if you got audio. And with that, we'll be good. I see people saying hello, but nobody's giving me a sound check. Okay, lonely therapy, you just confirmed we got sound. So having said that, I should be able to go ahead and fire the program up and get started. It's just basically gonna be an open forum today. So this is your day to get comments out. We're gonna be reading comments. I guess I do have some topics though. This is, all of my shows, we typically have something to discuss. And today is no shortage. Today is no exception to that. Let me make sure I got everything mirrored where it can be mirrored. So there we go. All right. So good evening. I'm going to say evening. What is this afternoon? Just about evening. So I guess that I'm not totally off by saying good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the program. In the comments, hello, OOM. Okay, I don't. You're speaking a different language, so I don't know what to do with that. But we'll move on from that. But today, like I said, we're going to be doing more of an open forum. So I'm going to be tackling comments, and because a lot of you folks have had questions you wanted to ask, things like that. We always are open to taking comments to make for a more interesting program. So we take comments, complaints, suggestions. We'll take an occasional compliment as well. We won't turn that down. So what I want to go ahead and do is get into the actual meat and potatoes of the show. Like I said, even though it's an open forum and we're reading comments, we do have topics. So the show is not without its share of topics today.
Survivability
So
further with a
give
carbon
me a minute
fiber
here.
casing that minimized
I was
fragmentation.
actually watching
Challenge
a piece on the Mark 84, Mark 82 bombs, but that's not what we're going to be talking about. So let me get off the bombs. None other than Marjorie Taylor Greene is something I want. I want to run this clip by you. It's at least a minute, but I do want to I want you guys to hear this because I'd love to get your opinion on this. Now, I don't know where Marjorie Taylor Greene lies now. I mean, she is a conservative. There's not a liberal bone in her body, but she's almost like a woman without a party because MAGA doesn't really have the respect of MAGA anymore. And the Republican Party, for the most part, in regards to the people that are in power, it's MAGA. So I don't really know where Marjorie Taylor Greene stands. She's she wants to make America a great portion of MAGA. but you got to be willing to accept all of Trump as 100% righteous, or you're going to have a hard time staying in MAGA. And that's where she's not a traditional Republican. She's certainly not that. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not, a Mitt Romney or John McCain. She's closer to MAGA. She is what Trump campaigned on. The problem is Trump is no longer what Trump campaigned on. So, he campaigned on being about America first and making America great again, exposing the deep state, exposing all of the corruption within the two parties. That's what he campaigned on, separating himself from both the Democrats and the traditional Republicans. And then he got into this new space and did virtually nothing. So now he's out in some other area, and you got a lot of folks that are in that new space wanting to make America great and America first policies that Trump is not delivering. So now you got traditional Republicans, MAGA, which is what I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene is. She Trump campaigned and promised. And then, of course, now you got folks who just follow Trump, which could be virtually anything at this point. I mean, start new wars, not give you Epstein, incredible fiscal spending. I mean, there's just no way to know what Trump is. So you got Trump, you got MAGA, and now you still have your traditional Republicans as well. So there's kind of like three different parts to the Republican Party. We always talk about the Democrats being traditional Democrats and now this progressive Democrat socialist wing and suggesting the Democrat Party is divided. But fact is, so is the Republican Party. They are divided. You just hearing it more from the Democrats. So looking in the comments, we're going to be reading comments today, but I do want you to hear this real quick. And in the comments, Don Bucky is saying, talk about Penn State drug ring. I'm not aware of that. I'm not totally aware of it. I haven't heard it. What about a Penn? There's a drug ring in Pennsylvania. Is that what you're telling me? I haven't heard about it. So I'm not going to be able to speak on something I'm not well versed on. But I want you to hear what we are talking about.
Let me explain to you guys how this is actually going to work. 26 midterms and the 28 presidential race is not going to be anything like 2024, where there was so much support for MAGA. The coalition came in and got behind Trump. And here's why. When the president started telling his own supporters that he didn't want their support, remember that Truth Social post where he said, my past supporters, and he was calling the Epstein files a hoax. Yeah, these were women that were talking about and telling their stories about being raped by these elite rich men when they were 14 and 16 years old. And then the president fought me and Thomas Massie and all of us who were trying to release the Epstein files, and he called it a Democrat hoax. Yeah, that's going to be a problem in the midterms. You know what another problem in the midterms is going to be that is totally broken the entire coalition? It's calling affordability a hoax. Yeah, remember when the president called affordability a Democrat hoax? Same word he used to describe raping girls when they're 14 and 16 years old. Affordability is not a hoax. And it's not something that you shame young people like Gen Z, shame them for their work habits and shame them and tell them they need to, pull themselves up by the bootstraps, because it's a lot different for young people today than it was for, say, my generation and the baby boomer generation. The dollar actually had value 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Now the dollar isn't worth shit. And that's because Congress won't stop spending the money. And that's because we have leaders like President Trump, who's gone full neocon and just can't back away from war, can't back away from it. And that's the third issue there, folks. You want to know why 26 and 28 is going to be different? Because Donald Trump broke his big campaign promise of no more foreign wars and actually has got us embroiled in a war with Iran, a war that should not be happening, and he's not backing off of it. And it will probably get worse. So that has fed the affordability crisis. That's why people can't afford gasoline. That's why people's bills keep going up. Food prices are still going up. Beef is at all times high. It's ridiculous. And you don't lecture the people that got you in office. You don't lecture them and tell them the things they care about is a hoax. You don't lecture them and call them names like panicans and tell them that they better come in and pull the coalition together and stop the Democrats. No, you know what you should have done? You should have stuck to your campaign promises and you should have delivered for the people that put you in office, not the one.
I'd be curious to know. I don't have a lot of folks. The show just started, so the numbers are just coming in now. But we'll end up hearing this again because I'd be curious to know from my MAGA side of the audience, do you agree with her? Because she is on the outside of MAGA now. I think she's in a particularly. She's kind of in a. She's not in the same position as Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger or some of those folks. Or the Mitt Romney types. I think actually MAGA, in my opinion, I think most MAGA still somewhat, or I think most Trump supporters. I'm separating MAGA from Trump supporters. I think most Trump supporters still kind of respect Marjorie Taylor Greene, unlike Adam Kinzinger or Liz Cheney and some of them. I think they do respect her, but they just feel that she is somewhat of a traitor to President Trump. Now, I don't think that most Trump supporters even view Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger as MAGA at all. I do believe that they think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is MAGA. That's why I'm saying I think there are three factions to the Republican Party at this point. Traditional Republicans like Bush, Romney, and McCain. MAGA, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and folks that voted for Trump because they liked what he was promising during the campaign. And now you got just devoted Trump supporters who really aren't concerned what he does. They just like him. So it doesn't really, even if he does not do anything he promised during the campaign, they're still walking around saying he's the best president we've ever had. She is not one of those. She wants the America First, Make America Great Again. She wants that. She wants what he campaigned on. So you have traditional Republicans, MAGA, and now devoted Trump followers. And I don't know. I'd be curious to know from MAGA and some of my devoted Trump followers if they agree with what she just said. She is saying that the war in Iran, suggesting that affordability is a hoax, which is basically the economy. And she's pointing out the Epstein stuff. She's saying that's going to be a problem for the Republicans in the midterms. So I would really be curious as to how MAGA and the Republicans feel about that, or better yet, MAGA and the traditional Trump supporters. I'd be curious to see how they feel about it. Looking in the comments, Lindsay Clancy deserves life in prison, says Jeremy. That's the mom that killed the 3 kids. I haven't followed that trial. It's been all over social media. And am I correct in that one where it's the mom that killed her own children and they're saying she was mentally ill or something like that? I haven't followed it, but you take out 3 of your own children. Shit, I mean, even if they do deem you're mentally ill, then you probably should still be locked up in a mental facility for most of your life. I mean, you just don't want to have somebody like that out in the street again where they may have access to children. I mean, even if you grape 3 children, it's hard to ever see you getting out when you do something. If you're convicted of actually, sexually abusing 3 different children, I'm talking full penetration and all that shit, chances are you're not getting out. Chances are you are not. So this woman took their lives. So yeah, I mean, it says she deserves life in prison. My opinion, I don't, like I said, I haven't been following the case, but even if you're mentally ill, then put her in a mental facility for the rest of her life. I mean, it is what it is. You took 3 children's lives. We don't want to have a risk of that ever happening again. So you need to be somewhere detained and supervised under lock and key probably for the rest of your life. So Jeremy, you get no argument from me on that. Thank you for being my first like on YouTube. Somebody said I'm your first like. Thank you there, Geno Sale. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up. Today what we're doing, primarily I'm going to be reading comments and interacting with the comment section because I don't get a chance to do that as much. I will take callers though. I will take callers, but we occasionally do this. We want to improve the show, make it more entertaining, educational, whatever you want to say. Whatever you want to say. So we do take comments, complaints, the occasional compliment if there is one. And this is when we do these on the weekend generally. And today we're going to do that. But as I said, we do have topics. One being Marjorie Taylor Greene. This next one, I don't know how many times we're going to do this. You know, when it comes to the Iran war, I don't know if we're on the loop, repeat, replay. I don't know. But President Trump is making another threat.
Well, Sandra, the U.S. is quietly breaking Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. American forces reportedly protecting tankers moving some 10 million barrels of oil every day through the water.
Okay, before he gets into it, now I want you to just listen to how that opened up. Because we know Fox is somewhat biased. They said that America continues breaking the grip that Iran has on the Strait of Hormuz. Is that true? Does anybody believe that we're breaking the grip that Iran has on the Strait of Hormuz? I think they started this segment out by saying something that's biased in favor of President Trump that I don't think many people believe. But I want you to hear the threat that Trump is making in hopes of getting us ahead in the war on Iran.
Well, Sandra, the U.S. is quietly breaking Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. American forces reportedly protecting tankers moving some 10 million barrels of oil every day through the waterway as President Trump opens up another front threatening economic D-Day for countries that helped Tehran stay afloat. Let's bring in the former Defense Secretary, Mark Esper. Mr. Secretary, good to have you with us on the program. So here's what the president put out announcing all of this as he ramps up the economic stranglehold on Iran. He said, quote, "I'm announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. I am also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences." Is this the path to success with Iran?
So now we've went away from a whole civilization will die tonight and it's going to be the biggest attack since World War II and all of the threats of physical violence. So now he is suggesting it's going to be a threat of economic proportions. So now we're dropping it down to real heavy sanctions. And what? Let me see how he phrased it. I'll see if I can go back and read it. I am announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. So he's not going to destroy them with bombs anymore. Now he's going to destroy them with economics. I don't know. Is there anybody that believes this is going to work, that Iran is going to bow to the will of Trump, the Trump administration, if we put them under harsh economic sanctions? And by the way, they're under some really harsh economic sanctions now. I believe the inflation rate in Iran has increased by triple digits. I mean, it's literally triple digit inflation. They're already under very, very harsh sanctions. But he continues on by listening to this, because this is a threat that goes beyond Iran. He continues on by saying, "I am also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences." So that we're gonna impose strict sanctions on Iran, and he's threatening that if anybody else tries to do business with them or work with them, we're coming after you economically as well. Kind of like what we're doing with Cuba, but this is much further away from home and a lot more difficult to do. Already, we got some pushback.
We have a big breaking news coming in from the Middle East. China has now joined the rhetoric against the United States of America. China is pushing back against Donald Trump's escalating economic pressure campaign against Iran. Beijing has openly rejected the idea that more sanctions and economic pressure can force Tehran into submission, sending a fresh warning as tensions between Washington and Tehran continue to rise as US President Donald Trump has announced a crushing economic operation against Tehran. China's foreign ministry says sanctions are not the answer. Speaking in Beijing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Lin Jian said that imposing sanctions and pressure do not help to solve the issue when it comes to Iran. Instead,
So China's saying they're not going to honor this. China is saying basically saying you're not going to scare us into not doing business with Iran. I mean, that's what China said. This clip here, I know it has sounds like what is an Indian accent. I like to make sure I provide you guys with stuff you can understand. But I mean, there are plenty of clips of China saying this, but it's all in Chinese with subtitles under it. And a lot of the clips that feature interpretations are heavily accented just like this. But you see during this clip, the graphic came up showing that 80, what does it says? China buys 80% of Iranian oil. 80% of their oil is going to China. So that's a significant trade arrangement between those two countries. So if we're telling countries you can't do business with Iran or we're going to punish you, that's a lot of oil that we're telling China you got to get from somewhere else, which would put China in a significant bind, which is why they're pushing back like, hell no, we're not gonna, you're not gonna do that to us. So China's already, literally Trump said this less than 24 hours ago, and China's already like, no. So China's not gonna fall in this. So when we're asking, will this work? Sanctions as opposed to bombs, China's already come forward and said, well, if you can threaten Iran all you want, we're gonna continue doing business with them. Because this is, and make no mistake about it, this is the lifeline that Trump is saying that he says, I'm also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. I mean, that's literally a threat to China. If they're buying 80% of Iranian oil, they're providing a lifeline to Iran. That's where, I mean, that's probably their biggest that's probably Iran's biggest export, is it not? Their oil. So if Trump is saying that anybody that provides them a lifeline, we're going to put tremendous economic consequences on them as well, then he is by proxy threatening China as well, not to mention what other countries may be doing business with Iran. So I want to hear from you folks what you think on this, but I'm going to be honest, this ain't going to work. This ain't gonna work. I mean, what are you gonna now? You're gonna start sanctioning the world because they're not cooperating. This ain't gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work at all. But we'll end up seeing. China answers his threats every time, says Billy Wap. Yeah, they're answering it all. They're essentially answering it to some degree, like, you know, we'll call your threat and raise you 80% Iranian oil purchases. So that ain't gonna work, but we'll talk about that. Last but not least, we got three topics. You know, the Marjorie Taylor Greene. Will the Iranian sanctions work in regards to the war that Trump? I don't know where we're going with the Iran war. I know we got 70 some odd days into the midterms. I don't know where that's going. I want to hear from you folks. Last but not least, this third topic, no graphic, better yet, no video. This is what the graphic is about. Why do you vote? I'm asking the question, are you voting for what your party, no matter where you are on the political scale, left, right, center, socialist, MAGA, you know, nationalist, whatever you stand for, I'm asking you, are you actually voting based on what your party is offering, or are you voting more so because you believe the opposition is crazy and taking this country down the wrong path? I'm curious to know, are you voting because of what your party is offering, or are you voting because you believe your side is the lesser of two evils? In other words, the other side is so fucked up, there's no way I could dare endorse that. So we're going to talk about all of that. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We will take some callers, but I am here certainly to read the comments as well. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes. Obviously, if you're on YouTube and if your comment comes with a super chat, it's read instantly because it changes my color. So that comment's going to stand out over any other comment. It's going to, and I read super chats 100%, guaranteed they get read. The Netherlands, Canada, and Mexico redesigned trade shipping routes, cutting the USA out as the middleman. Well, the Canadians, we're tariffing them 50%. And the talks just broke down over the last 24 hours. So the tariffs that we're imposing on Canada, they just announced. In fact, right before I went live, I saw the ticker appear on screen on the News Nation cable network that Canada has announced they're going to be putting reciprocal tariffs on America. So we're currently at a trade war with Canada right now. I don't understand how we fucking with Canada. You can't even tell the motherfuckers apart if you put them on an elevator together. You put an American on an elevator next to a Canadian, and as long as they're not from Quebec or Montreal, you can't even tell the motherfuckers apart. Why the hell are we beefing with Canada? Really? That's like beefing with your damn cousin. I mean, I don't get it. Not even cousin, more like brother. I do not understand how the hell the Trump administration decided to go beef with Canada. If for some reason Canada became an enemy to the United States, that would be a problem really fast, considering they got like a 2,000-mile border with America. That would be amazing. I mean, like, we should be doing everything we can to never be enemies with that country. I don't understand why he would do that. I do not understand why you would take on the Canadians as an enemy. Trump is the worst enemy of the United States. Wow, one of my callers says Trump is the worst enemy. In the comments, look in Google, what do you say? Witt, Republican, win 1988. Now it's going to be the same for 8 years. Well, Bill Clinton, okay, because the Republicans in 1988, that's the end of the Reagan term. 4 years of HW, and then that's 4 years of Bill Clinton in that. I mean, a lot of folks feel the country was ran rather efficiently under Bill Clinton. So I don't know what you're getting at with that. Racist beef with everyone other than themselves, says MXX. There's no way what Trump is doing is not going to have people beefing with themselves, though. So I don't know. Is it all about racism? Is that really what it's about? Canada is not our enemy. We are Canada's enemy. In fact, we are the enemy of most of the world right now. I don't like what Trump is doing, targeting so many nations at once. I'm going to quote J.D. Vance and say that's very Hitler-esque. But I can't even spin it. It's terrible. I don't know if we're the enemy of the world right now. I do believe that a lot of countries do realize that what Trump is doing, he does not have the blessing of America behind that. I mean, there's a lot of citizens in this country that really, really do not like the direction the country's taking. They just can't do nothing about it. And I do believe some of the world knows that. For instance, Iran absolutely knows that Trump does not have the support of the citizens in regards to that war. They know that. They know that once Trump is gone, there's a really good chance the treatment by the United States towards Iran will get better. The effort to continue threatening to kill him and all that, that's going to go away. I mean, I won't say complete. Listen, we're enemies with Iran. We've been enemies with Iran before Trump came on. But what we're doing to them now, that's going to be reduced significantly. I believe even if you got a Republican in there, I don't think J.D. Vance or Rubio would be as harsh as Trump. Now, Hegseth, different story, but Hegseth is not going to follow up Trump. But in anything Democrat that gets in there, the primary goal is going to be to end this shit and repair relationships. Remember Trump? Remember Barack Obama, the whole apology tour? They were saying when he got elected, he went around to Muslim countries on an apology tour. That is going to happen for certain. And it's going to be a lot larger than just in the Middle East. That is absolutely going to happen for sure with the next commander in chief. They're going to have to go around and mend some of the harmed relationships, particularly with NATO, Canada, and probably some of the countries south of the border. To me, the Venezuelan drug boats, all of that shit. Cuba, I mean, what we've done to Cuba, some of that's going to probably require some kind of I don't know how much in terms of reparations, because we don't have a lot of money now. So I don't know what we're going to do in that. Are we at 10,000? I'll take the first caller. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll take a caller as always. We do take callers as well. In the comments, trade, loans, agreements, and investments are all based on trust. Trump took the trust in the USA away. The world is dumping USA Treasury bonds, likely making it a much more challenging America to grow up in for our children than it was for us. And let me just say this. MAGA was overwhelmingly originally in favor of Trump, tariff in the world. What was it called? Liberation Day, April 2025. They were happy with all this stuff. These countries have been ripping us off. Don't give any money to you. Don't give any weapons to Ukraine. They've been getting away with a bunch of shit. MAGA was happy about all this stuff. MAGA hasn't received 1 cent of that. 1 cent. I mean, same thing when Doge was firing everybody. MAGA was overwhelmingly happy about that. Hey, saving us tax money. You ain't received 1 cent of that. It has not made a difference in your life financially at all. At all. Now, the people doing it have increased their wealth windfall amounts. But for the average citizen, particularly some of my beloved MAGA that were celebrating that shit, you ain't seeing any iota of benefit from Doge, USAID, limiting weapons to Ukraine, the Liberation Day tariffs, none of that. None of that has benefited you. In fact, a lot of it has harmed you because MAGA has a lot of MAGA voters have businesses that have been affected by the tariffs. Some of them worked for the federal government and got fired by Doge. So you haven't seen any, not to mention some of the farmers sending products to USAID lost their government contracts. All of the shit we were sending to USAID, wheat, rice, flour, all that shit, so that stuff was coming from a lot of farmers that voted red, and they were sending that stuff and receiving government checks. So the farm produces the rice or the farm produces the wheat or whatever they send in, and the government gives you a nice hefty check, meaning you don't have to go out and shop and try to find people to buy your product. You got a government check. Great gig if you can get it. Trump comes along, you don't vote the guy in that's going to cancel your contract. So yeah, I don't think any MAGA has really seen any sort of benefit from what Trump is doing. They've gotten hurt behind that stuff. They've gotten hurt. Tap the screen. Are we at 10,000? We'll go straight to the box. We'll start it out with Stick, the ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's going on, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Kind of just having a shoot around for the most part, an open forum. But I asked you the main topic of the show. Why do you vote? Are you voting more so because you favor what your side is offering? Or are you voting kind of a lesser of two evils because you think the other side is just dangerous?
Both.
Which one more so? Which one more so though?
I mean, if you are serious about your vote, you study your candidate. You say, okay, I don't like this about him. I don't like that about her. I like this about her. I don't like that about him. So you go with what you know, and then from there, it's okay. Now going forward, is this person ready to commit harm against me and mine? And then I mean, it's a bunch of different factors, but yeah, both.
So
there's no winner in which one is more important. They both are important.
I didn't say if they were either. I said, but one of them may be more important than the other.
It depends on the subject. I mean, I'm not gonna do racial. I'm not gonna allow anything to come over racial unless it's something to do with voting or something like that, and then that may be racial.
Like, let me ask you this way. Let me ask you now. You're voting left, correct?
At this moment, yes.
That doesn't. You don't sound very sure on that.
No, I do. I said at this moment, yes.
Okay.
Because at this moment, the left is the only side or the only party or whatever you want to call it. They are the only brains that think like mine and understand that not just making sure that I get what I need, they're also making sure that the disadvantaged and the marginalized also get what they need. Okay. So they're more in tune to what I want, and that's the reason why I vote left, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. So you see what the Democrats are offering as a more important reason to vote than letting Trump have another 2 years unobstructed with a Republican Congress and Republican Senate.
Right, because the shit that he's doing, I mean, we're insolvent as a nation. And see, I'm not just going to talk about me and how I'm doing. And this is what MAGA does. MAGA talks about and this is what I believe, and he's doing this, and the border's the best it's ever been. Like, none of that shit affects me. I don't care about none of it. What affects me is when I go try to take my family out to eat, how much the bill is. Then on top of that, I gotta subsidize the bill because they won't pay the person that's serving me my food a livable wage. I gotta pay tips. That's crazy. No, you making all the goddamn money. Don't make the person that's coming to spend money with you spend more money.
That's an interesting point because, I always talk about me living overseas. When I lived in Australia, I remember the first time I went out for a steak dinner and I left a $20 tip or something like that. And the waiter looked at me like I was crazy, like, why are you leaving money on the table? And it was like, because they don't tip over there. The waiters and stuff. Yeah, I think at the time they were getting like 17, 18 bucks an hour or something like that. That is, you make a good point. Like, why are you paying them so low that your patrons got to literally subsidize their low salary with a tip? I don't know how that was ever allowed.
Right, but then at the same time, the CEO of the chain, whatever it could be, Carrabba's, just any considered to be a chain restaurant that has waiters and staff, cooks and stuff, they get underpaid and they make a lot of their money off tips. But we're the ones actually buying the food and subsidizing the wage for the rich person that's still collecting and getting paid. They millionaires, but these people was barely getting by, and you don't even want to fucking pay them. This is the Trump world that we live in.
But do you think the Democrats would fix that?
I think the Democrats will have to reverse pretty much every EO he's ever did, and that's a start. But they got to go in, codify some things. They have to, get rid of some things. Like those draconian laws that they had back in the 18 to 1700s, there's no way in 2026 you got a motherfucker coming back and saying, yeah, we're going to do it like they did in 1777.
Give me an example of a law you're referring to.
When it came down to the voting, when it came down to women's health care, in a sense, when the ADs and they just go back in time. They try to find any law, whether it's a state law, and try to make it a federal law, or make it an EO. They go back and they do those things. That's the type of cabinet. That's the type of president that we have in office right now. So, in order to correct this, because it's very fucked up right now, the debt, the insolvents. Just all the shit that he brings, he's a pestilence, man. He made the Knicks lose their only game at home. I'm just saying.
Well, he is the president, Stick.
Man, I'm just saying, man. If you still like this dude, you're in a cult.
But hold on. That's why I'm asking when I say why do you vote? I'm asking folks, Are you voting because you favor what your side is offering, or or maybe because you think your adversary is taking the world into a crazy direction? So when you say if you vote for Trump, if you're still supporting Trump, something wrong with you. The point I'm trying to make is there may be people who vote for Trump that are not really happy with Trump, but they're doing so because they think the liberals are crazy. They think the liberals are trying to harm kids with all the trans shit, let anybody in the country. Some people are voting just because they think the liberals are crazy.
Yeah, and those people that vote because of that trans shit, I told you yesterday, they got TDS. They got trans derangement syndrome. All of the shit that they come up with, man, I'm talking about, man, you really, really have to go to Numbuktu, Idaho, to where they're not really too keen on the trans community to find just one. And then with that one, they make it like it's 1,000 or it's 10,000 when it's only just one, and the story is repeated on Fox and Newsmax and any other Trump supporting fucking media outlet. So,
but what about the whole? What about the moniker?
So they think it's going on.
What about the moniker? One is too many. One child being, gender surgery or some shit. One minor having gender surgery is too many.
Well, shit. If that's the case, then let's do something about the 2A. We need to do something about 2A then, because one child being lost at a school pew-pewing by another little tinny, it don't work with me. Like, y'all need to get a hold to y'all little badass little kids. Y'all need to stop having kids like Austin and the other little boy running up on black kids and think that they just gonna stand there and get pummeled. No, we gonna poke your ass and then we just gonna go forward with it. It is what it is. I mean, you do stupid shit, you get stupid prizes. And his stupid prize was he ended up down there with the man with the horns. It is what it is.
Who's down there with the man with the horn? Who are you referring to?
What's his name? Austin?
Austin Metcalf? Really? You tell me you're not saying.
Yeah.
Why would you suggest that? Okay, look, Carmelo Anthony, in my opinion, still had no right to kill a guy. You believe Austin Metcalf is in hell?
Yeah, because we're also learning that he was a little racist like his daddy.
Hey, he was somewhat
His
intolerant.
Yeah, and so what do we need him for? What do I need to pray for him for? He's not praying for me. He wishing that all N-words die. Okay, you just got clipped first. Bye. It is what it is.
Well, let's give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt by, first of all, he's a minor. Hold on, hang on. Hang on. You can shoot it down, but let me get it out. First of all, let's keep in mind Austin Metcalf was a minor, and he was perhaps brought up in a household that put that shit in his head. So he's a kid that, maybe didn't know no better. You got a dad, because that's usually where children learn racist behavior.
I'm going to say the same thing that they tell us. Just because you raised around shit don't mean you have to be shit. Just because shit raises you don't mean that you got to grow up to be shit. You can actually look at that person, see that person ain't shit, and he's telling you all the wrong things. And you can be like, nah, Dad, I'm good. You can be like some of these kids on TikTok where they stepdad is calling their friends N-words, and the white boys are knocking their stepdad out for saying that shit. Say it again and knock his ass out. Yeah. So you could be that. You could be that. However, he wasn't that. He was the one that took his kung fu / taekwondo skills and tried to be the what was the boy name from the one with David what's his name? Russo. Karate Kid, but he wanted to be the bad one.
Johnny?
Yeah, he wanted to be Johnny, and then he wanted to be Johnny, just walking around because he knows some shit, and he big as hell, and thought the little small black kid was gonna be an easy win. As we see, you lost twice. You lost your life, and you in hell. It is what it is.
First of all, I don't know about him being in hell, and thank you, handsome conservative. That was beautiful. Let me just say this. Yeah, it looks like Austin Metcalf was an intolerant, bigoted person, but it doesn't seem to be where he's done anything of harm to anybody in his past. I don't know if just simply having hate in your heart towards another race guarantees you a trip to hell. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Well, I'm saying if he still passed hollering out nigga, then guess what? His ass in hell. That nigga
Oh, no.
He probably said some shit like that. Come help me. That N-word stabbed me. You know what I mean? That's what I hear.
Yeah.
You know, get him. He poked me, you know, whatever. I hear that. So at the end of the day, yeah, he went to hell.
Are you
Still
telling me?
got hate in his heart.
So what are you telling me? Gangsta Grandma is going downstairs upon her demise?
What I'm telling you is Gangsta Grandma is telling you who they are just as well as I am.
Gangsta
She's not
Grandma
saying
said
nothing
no.
that's different than
She
I'm
said
saying.
a lot more than who they are. She said she don't like them. Gangsta Grandma's pretty strong.
Yeah, but she's talking about certain people that are the devils of the earth. I'm just gonna be honest with you. They call them MAGA demons in other god doggone lives. So at the end of the day, when I'm on the live, Tim, and my background says, why are white teen men in this nation so violent? And as soon as they come up, the first thing that come out their mouth is the N-word, N-word, N-word. Then another one comes up and then don't even denounce what this motherfucker just said. Yeah, I got a problem with that. And all of them are MAGA.
Well, but I'm going to bring up some of my guests on the program that are African American that say harsh things about white folks, and then the next African American don't denounce them either, Stick.
Because it's true.
Oh, come on.
I can see.
Oh,
I can
come
see.
on.
I can see. Listen, Tim. When it comes down to going from country to country, you can't tell me a black man or a nation out of Africa or out of any nation that you consider to be black, Brazil, the Cubans, the goddamn Dominican Republic, the Haitians, they haven't went from land to land to land telling people we're gonna conquer you, telling you about manifest destiny.
Stick.
Like, yeah, you just understand it's meant for us to treat you this way so we can rule the earth. No other demographic thinks like that but them.
First of all, that's not true. There's a whole lot of conquering in Africa on the continent between countries. So they're not the only ones that conquer. There are plenty of African countries that conquer other African countries where no white man is involved. Real quick.
I said continent to continent.
So what? So if it's on the same continent, it's irrelevant?
No, it's not so much as irrelevant, but we haven't went to China and tried to take over
so
China. We haven't went to Australia and tried to take over Australia.
Okay.
We haven't. Let's keep it G. We haven't went to Russia, Germany. We haven't went to those places to try to take it over. As a matter of fact, the last person that did was trying to fight off the Romans. His name was Hannibal Barcus.
I don't see. Look, when I think about what happened in the Congo and what happened in Rwanda, black on black violence. But because they didn't lead a continent and do it, it's somehow less?
No, it's the same thing here. A crime by proximity. They're a country that's right next to you. It's like Israel. You ain't saying Israel.
Killing is killing, Stick. It's still so in other words, you're saying proximity. So black on black crime versus if you leave the black neighborhood and you go out of town and kill somebody in a different neighborhood. Killing is killing. It doesn't matter if it's proximity or not. If you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong.
But is it doing it to colonize? I'm trying to figure
out.
Is it colonization?
It doesn't matter. The outcome is the same. Dead people.
No, it's not. It's not the same outcome because the way that they fight over there in Africa is totally different than the way that the white man has systematically went around the world and colonized it.
Have you ever heard of it?
We ain't never went around the world to colonize it. We are the first people to circumvent the world without colonizing it. We're everywhere. We're in every gender, every sex, we're in everything.
So what are you targeting?
You can't find it. We're not in it.
So you make it sound like killing is okay as long as you don't colonize in the process.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we're not the same people as them. We don't go around the world killing people.
You don't go around the world. We could say Bin Laden didn't go around the world colonizing. Does that make him less dangerous?
Nobody said that he wasn't dangerous. What I see is when you trying to push back in a way that's not even pertaining to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about one thing and one thing only. there's a certain demographic of people in the white race, not saying all of them, a certain demographic in the white race that go around and colonize country after country, disturbing country after country. At this point, bombing. We're the only country that was ran by white teen folks that used the nuclear bomb. So I'm telling you again. By the way, when you brought up the nuclear bomb, that's exactly what the Japanese were in the process of doing. The white man just stopped them, but they were trying to colonize Hawaii. They were in the process of colonizing on Pearl Harbor. That would have been colonization. I mean, so they're not white. No, I'm gonna say it again. They did not colonize or try to colonize Pearl Harbor.
Really? You don't think? Hold on. If the Japanese had a won World War II, you don't think they would still be occupying Hawaii?
No, and the reason why I'm saying that is because the reason why they attacked us is because we're doing the same thing that we're doing now, which was we held back their oil supply. We tried to cap them off and do some other shit to them, so they attacked us while we were facing Germany and whoever else. They attacked us as a sneak attack. There wasn't no so we can come in and take over. They flew people over there that knew they wasn't gonna make it back to Japan, and they unalived and kamikazed and all of that shit. It was a sneak attack, and it was a sneak attack because of what we were doing as a nation. Not me personally, not my ancestors personally, but just this nation and its government. What we were doing was we were doing what we're doing now. How we cut off the strait, we cut off Japan and their oil.
But you're saying if Japan had have emerged from World War II victorious, they would have let us keep Hawaii.
Yes. Hawaii is too far away for them to be strategically trying to take it over.
It ain't too far away for us.
Listen, China had more people. I don't know about how their army was back in the day. However, that island of Japan took over that big landmass known as Asia and China. So at the end of the day, they have capabilities, but they have capability that's people that's close to them, so they can always get supplies and different. That wasn't a good thing. Even us.
I got another one for you. Is Handsome Conservative says tell Stick to pass whatever he's smoking. I would like some puff pass. What about Taiwan and China? There's no white man there. China obviously wants Taiwan. We can bring up North and South Korea. I mean, there's colonization going on beyond the white community.
Yeah, but the thing that they want from Taiwan is not necessarily they want the people and make them, subservient. They want the resources. Right now, they're doing exactly what if we don't do it, somebody else is going to do it, and it might as well be us to another Asian country. And why not? We're the big brother. They feel like they're the big brother now of the Asian culture, whether it be North Korea, South Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Singapore, and all of that. China is considered to be the big brother. So if you're gonna do it, you might as well do it big. And they're trying to be like Russia. Let's keep it G. Everybody is moving a certain way, and you can see it, and you can just either call it out or you can go do what MAGA do and deny it. I'm calling it out.
You're losing me
when Trump, he don't care nothing about money.
You're losing me when you suggest they don't want the people, they just want the resources. If you ever heard of the raping of Nanking, the Japanese absolutely wanted the people when they raided China. Went around and just raped a whole bunch of people. So I don't know. You make it sound like only the white man goes around pilfering and colonizing. I mean, they are more successful at it. They've done more of it historically, but I'm telling you, the other groups of people do it as well. It ain't something unique to the white man.
Listen, man, just like now, especially in the beginning of his presidency, how he wanted to go to Greenland, how he wanted to go to Panama, how he wanted to go to Venezuela and anywhere else in the region, right? Cuba. This is he also wanted to take Canada, right? Almost wanted to try to get Mexico. I don't know if you can blame what Trump is doing on the white man, because there's a whole lot of white men that don't like what Trump is doing. There's a whole lot of white people like this. What he is doing is wrong. But so what? Tell me the black man, tell me the Asian man, tell me the shit, any man that has put this forward other than Trump, which is a white man. You can't tell me nothing like that. So again, back on that, it is what it is. You feel me? It was a white man that suggested it, been suggesting it on all these different countries. And again, going back to it, he wanted all those countries because that was his hemisphere. I'm going to take this hemisphere, Putin, you go on to get them back. You take that hemisphere, go on ahead and get Mother Russia and all of your Soviet Union friends back together again. All them stands that are out there, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan.
I gotta, like I said, I don't know if I totally agree, but I understand your point. I do gotta move it on for time, Stick. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you just like this. You might not like Gangsta Grandma's delivery, and you might not like that she don't too much care for the pink toe. But at the end of the day, she's telling you the truth. I got one about them bathing. We had to teach them how to bathe. They had to come from
Oh my
all the way
God,
to
that's some racist shit you saying. That is racist shit.
I'm not lying. Even in the old movie with in Cleopatra, the man that played Caesar, he got a letter. He said, "Man, how dare they in Britannia try to tell me anything? They just learned how to walk on 2 feet." So at the end of the day, if he can say it, I'm gonna say it.
All right.
We taught him how to bathe.
It's racist. I gotta go. It's racist. It's racist. You're being racist. I gotta go.
How?
I'll explain it as the show go on. Thank you, Stick. Tap the screen. Get the likes up. You the man, Stick, says Mr. Magic. Look, I'm going to call it out if I see it on both sides. If I see racism coming from African Americans, I call it out just like I do when I see or hear it coming from white people. Now, I do understand a lot of my African American viewers do not believe black people can be racist at all. I am not in that category. I do believe black people can be racist, but I get challenged a lot. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how we run this show. It's uncensored. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 25,000. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes, if you will. If you're watching us on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. Certainly help your boy out. It don't cost you anything to do it if you're watching on YouTube. Smash that like button and give your boy a sub, if you will. I'll read a few comments when we go to the next caller. I am a white Canadian against him. Our prime minister is white. There you go. I saw somebody else in the comments said I'm a white Christian and I don't hate black people. I mean, look, I don't like the notion of, I don't think when you categorize a whole race of people, you're going to say things that are wrong against innocent people. All white people don't think alike. All black people don't think alike. I mean, there are blacks who have actually taken a side with whites in favor of oppressing blacks. And there are whites that have actually lost their lives trying to free African Americans. So, like you guys talk about the Ruckus and Django's and who else I can think of? You got Clayton Bixby types. You guys know what I'm talking about. There are African Americans that play for the wrong side. And there are folks that are white that they call them N-word lovers and all kinds. I mean, so no group of people think alike. God damn it, there are Hispanics that voted for Trump. So there you go. So no demographic all thinks alike. I think when you do that, you stand the potential of harming innocent people. Some folks who may be on your side, willing to fight, perhaps even die for your cause. Bernie Sanders. He's as white as a sheet of paper. That guy went to jail marching in favor of civil rights during the civil rights era on behalf of African Americans and people of color. So, yeah, and I mean, he's up there in he's in Vermont. That's pretty damn white in Vermont. So I guess we're not ready to have that conversation. What is the conversation? Conservative says black people sold slaves. Black people own slaves, and you say they cannot be racist. Well, you don't hear me saying they cannot be racist. The black people owning and selling slaves, though, particularly in America, look, I know even when it comes to white Americans, only a tiny percentage own slaves because it costs so much to do so. When you start talking about African Americans that own slaves in this country, now you're probably talking about something you can count. I mean, it's going to be really, really low. I doubt if. I mean, think about it. How many of them have made it through history? I mean, how many African American slave owners have you heard about through history? Maybe one or two. It's going to be really, really low. Because, like I said, it wasn't even, I mean, I think only between 1% and 5% of whites own slaves. African Americans going to be 1 or 2? I mean, so what are you going to suggest that because one of y'all owned slaves, that means blacks are capable of doing it too because we found one guy that owned some. I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, when slavery was legal in this country, regardless of who owned slaves, there was only one group of people voting to continue making it legal because nobody else had any input. If everybody had input, slavery would have ended a lot sooner than it did because obviously the minority groups would have voted against it from day one. So only one group perpetuated it, continued voting to keep it going. And then, of course, got involved in a civil war fighting to keep it going. So I don't know. Bringing up one dude over on the East Coast that owned and sold slaves, when the other I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of African Americans did not. Okay, so you bringing up one guy? I doubt if it was 5 African Americans in this country that owned slaves. To me, it's so far down in the weeds. I don't know where it comes up. My people weren't even in the country when slaves were here, says Dorothy Loves. Well, this was not what we're going to talk about, but this is an open forum. I'll just say this in regards to slaves. Folks need to understand that treatment did not go away with the ending of slavery. You think African Americans started getting treated fair as of 1868? I mean, it's another 100 years of treatment that was substandard and barely above slavery in some cases. We make it sound like, well, my people didn't own, yeah, but a lot of your people benefited from the stuff that followed after slavery. Keep in mind, a free African American during that time could not compete with you for a bank loan, for a job, for a college entrance. I mean, you were benefiting significantly. The country was operating on DEI, didn't earn it. I mean, if you were particularly a man, but even a woman, if you were a white male applying for a position, you had to one up on everybody of color that was applying for that same job. Merit didn't matter. Merit did not matter. If you were a white male, you had a one up on everybody of color applying for that position. The DEI, you were going to get appointed because you happen to be white. Let me go back to the box, though. You can stop this before it happens when discussing with these folks by using the term racially driven discrimination. It keeps the conversation on track and doesn't allow the deflection. There's no way to completely stop deflection, sir. I'm just telling you. People go fast. And by the way, when you say racially driven discrimination, I think that's a pretty clear term, but some people may have their own interpretation for it. We'll have to try. Let me go back to the box. Thank you, Lisa, for the floating heart. Tap the screen and get the likes on up. Some don't know how George Washington got his wealth. Well, shit, they took over a whole fucking country. You can start with that, but he definitely owned slaves as well. Clark Kent, is that Mike? Mike, we tried to bring you up yesterday. What happened? I don't know if I just brought up. I don't know what happened with my last guest. We'll try it with Mike. Mike, we needed you yesterday because what is it? MAGA Reacts was on top. MAGA Reacts has some points to make on the Carmelo Anthony Austin Metcalf case. He said you were wrong. I cannot recall what he was correcting you on. And I had tried to bring you up. You were in the holding pattern, but when I brought you up, I guess you either was gone or something, but I tried to bring you up. And then after that, MAGA Reacts came on disputing a lot of the shit you said.
Like what?
I can't remember.
Where is he? I know he's lingering around here somewhere.
Not yet. I don't think he's on yet.
Like not yet?
Yeah,
I don't know. He's a moron.
I went looking for you. That's how much we needed you. Like, what the fuck? I wasn't looking for you. You just weren't there.
Ain't no telling. It's I'm sorry. Was listening to some of the stupid shit Craig Long was saying the idea that people living today were not impacted by chattel slavery is so absurd on its face. Let me ask you this, Tim. How old are your children? Do you have any grandchildren yet?
No, my daughter, okay. My oldest is 25 though.
Okay. So I have grandchildren, and so I'm 55. I got grandchildren. So say by the time I'm 70, my oldest grandchild has a child. So I'm a great grandfather at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody took my wealth at that point, and I wasn't able to pass my wealth on to my grandchildren, my great grandchildren, are they impacted by me being stripped of my wealth?
Yeah. I mean, here's the clearest example, and I'll let you continue, but here's the clearest example I give. Growing up as a Gen X child in the 70s and 80s, there was really no generational wealth in the Black community. And that's way after slavery, way after 1970. That's after the Civil Rights Act. There was really no really wealthy people in the Black community all the way in the 1970s because they had been held back like that. So that just shows you the impact level.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason I say that, because as I talk to, and I'm going to say it, as I talk to my grandmother, who's 104.
Bless her heart.
Right? As I talk to my grandmother, that's 104. I remember sitting talking to my great-grandmother back in the 80s and early 90s before she passed, and she was 105, my great-grandmother. Right? So if my grandmother was born in 1922, you understand what I'm saying? My grandmother was born in 1922. I'm old enough to be and spend time talking to her mother.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is the thing about it is we know all of them worked hard because the law required it. Most of them didn't have access to any welfare or entitlements. They worked hard and was rewarded so little that they had nothing to leave on to their successors, whereas in the white community, there was money to leave on. So, yeah, I mean, all of that's going to affect people of today.
Correct. And when I said to Eagle, I said, if I had great-grandchildren, my grandmother's still alive. So if my kids spend time with my children and my grandkids spend time with their great-great-grandmother. So what I'm saying is chattel slavery absolutely impacted the financial and economic status of African Americans in this country today. $16 trillion of free labor. 16 trillion. If it wasn't that big a deal, give us our wealth back.
I don't know. Listen, I'll just say
conversation.
I'll just say it like this. I think the way we judge history has a tad bit of racism in it itself, because we know the way the founding fathers implemented the Second Amendment, or the way the founding fathers deal with the Constitution, the way the South views the Confederacy. Every other aspect of our history, we are willing to admit it still trickled down and affects us today. Only when it comes to the history of African Americans do we pretend like none of what they went through affects anybody. Everybody, I mean, you just had Trump rename, or Hegseth and Trump, rename bases back after the Confederacy, saying that that's history, you can't erase history. I don't know why when it comes to African Americans, that one group of people, we suggest that what happened to them doesn't affect anybody else. I mean, Hispanics still, Mexicans still support, celebrate Cinco de Mayo. The Irish got St. Patrick's Day. It's just for some reason when it comes to African Americans, their history should be wiped clean. Like none of that mattered. I don't get that.
Yeah, you do, because it's racism and it's assimilation of racism, right? And it's just bottom line. And in CBD, it's so funny. I really wish you guys would just read for a second. Just because we have more Black millionaires now, all you guys do is further my point. So if we have more Black millionaires now, how many would we have had if we had been paid for our labor and we had been free?
Yep. So,
the argument, you know what? It's almost like, the argument is so silly on its face. It should check your own moral compass on what you believe is to be the human and right thing to do. It's just stupid. If you really step back and say, well, I mean, you're free now. So if we had been free, if there had been no chattel slavery, if we had been compensated for our labor, then we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah, like I think about the likes of former NBA star Magic Johnson. He's a business mogul. He owns all kinds of stuff. He's a billionaire. He would be the equivalent of some of the Hugh Hefners. I wouldn't put him at the Rockefeller level, but I mean, but he's a wealthy person in his own right. If he was able to do that, or another African American like him was able to do what he's doing in the 80s, 90s, and beyond, back in the late 1800s or the early 1900s, you would have black billionaires. You would have had some black billionaires, just like you got the Rockefellers or the Kennedys. They got money that's been in their family for generations. That does not exist in the black community because it was not allowed. So, I mean, yeah, there's absolutely people, there's trickle-down effects of what happened. I mean, there's plenty of folks in the African-American community that are living an average working life that should be super rich because African Americans were inventing things. None of that stuff trickled down. Though their inventions were stolen, maybe they created music. Some suggest they created rock and roll. All of that. They didn't get credit for all of that stuff.
Absolutely. And this is the thing. And again, so when you have a conversation, a direct conversation, and they say, we're naming another place on the planet where black America or black people are doing, you guys can't stay focused to save your life. We're talking about what happened in this country, chattel slavery in this country. But at the end of the day, what you said, Tim, let me give you another analogy, because this is really life, right? It's a 400-meter race. And white folks ran the first 200-300 meters by themselves. We were held at the starting point. We run the first 100 meters and they go, I mean, you ran a good time. What you complaining about? You ran a good time. What you complaining about? Can we run a race that's equitable? Y'all don't want to run an equitable race. You're fearful of an equitable race. Why? You got to ask yourself why racism is so important to continue. Why racism is so important to continue. You don't want to level the playing field. You got to ask yourself why. You got to ask yourself why you guys are freaking out right now behind Madami. You ask yourself these questions. This is your internal struggle, not ours. You got to ask yourself why Abdul scares you. You got to ask you why Muslim faith scares you. You got to ask yourself.
How about this, though? How about this? Handsome Conservative says, I don't have a problem with you complaining about slavery. He's saying that you should. I'm
not complaining.
But he concludes by saying you should talk to the people that sold you into it.
Yeah, and again, I said chattel slavery. You see how they avoid any culpability. I said chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is unique to this country. Chattel slavery. And again, you say, well, talk to the person that stole the car. You bought it. You accepted the stolen merchandise.
Yeah.
Once it was here, you had it on. Listen, and this is the problem, handsome conservative. White folks had a problem to do the right thing. You can say that all you want, and I'll give you that. You accepted it. You didn't turn it away. You didn't send it back.
But will this hurt us politically? Because he also says, please keep talking about the past like this. It will help the Republican Party in the midterm.
Again, fuck all of that. If you want to have a real conversation, stop deflecting. If this conversation will help Republicans and help white people win elections, what did I say about white people? What the fuck are you talking about? What you're saying is, talking about the historical past will make Republicans dig deeper into their rooted racism? Is that what you're telling me? That we can't have.
I'd have to get. I mean, that's a good question to you, handsome conservative. I would love to know, how does talking about the past help the conservatives? I don't
think about this, Tim. Now, listen, I'm gonna change race to this and watch how this conversation makes no sense. Continuing to talk about cancer research or the effects of cancer will make people vote against cancer research even more. I just changed one term. How does it make sense to you, Tim?
Not really at all. No.
That's what I'm saying. So again, handsome conservative or anybody who wants to have the conversation with me, just at a very macro level, take race out of your argument and tell me if it still makes sense. Change it to cancer research.
No, look, if you put down the plight of African Americans in this country since they were brought here, but you took out race out of it and just put it down on paper. Let's say, for instance, you used just a fictional entity, you're talking about Lego pieces or talking about it would be predictable that this group of people is probably going to be behind everybody else. I mean, it would just be predictable. It's just when you add in that they're African American, it's kind of like the close your eyes. Now imagine she's white from Matthew McConaughey. If you had if you gave that example to the white community, but you didn't tell them this is what happened to black people, you're just telling them a certain group of people were brought to a country, this is how they were treated and all that, and you give them the whole plight right on through the civil rights era, but you didn't say it had anything to do with color or the United States. Most whites would say that group of people is probably still behind economically and academically in that particular region. But then if you say, well, now close your eyes and imagine that these are black people, they would, well, no, ain't nothing wrong. It's okay. I mean, it would completely change. So
you remember the movie Time? You remember the movie Time to Kill? You remember the
absolutely.
Movie Time to Kill?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now, as we're having this conversation, Gays and Conservative is in the comments talking about. Let me read this real quick, and I love these conversations. He says, let me scroll back up, and it's important. The Arabs have enslaved you people, longer than Americans, and did worse. What the fuck? See, here's the thing.
Wait, repeat that. Repeat it again. Let me absorb it. Repeat that again.
The Arabs have enslaved you people longer than America and did worse. Now, what in the absolute fuck does that point have to do with the conversation we're having right now about racism in America? Now, it's a deflection because you don't want to have a conversation. If we were talking about cancer, would you say, well, I mean, cancer research, you would never pivot like that.
Yeah,
you would never pivot. Listen, until white folks want to really have a real conversation about race without deflecting about what other countries, what other people, and what other things happen, we'll never have an honest conversation. If you can't admit chattel slavery and after slavery ended, when we talk about Jim Crow, and we talk about black codes, and we talk about redlining, and we talk about how destructive white America has been to the progression of black people that's well documented in this country, if you don't acknowledge any of that shit, you can't have a cogent conversation.
Well, in defense of the white man, let me fluff a little bit. In defense of the white man, there are a lot of white people that actually do see the consequence, agree with everything you say. As handsome conservatives brought up, they did free you after all. I mean, the North lost soldiers dying on behalf.
They didn't. Wait a minute. They didn't just do it willingly. They didn't open up a gate and say, "Y'all go." Matter of fact, let's be clear about the Civil War. They didn't just go, "We're fighting to free black people." Stop it. That's not what the fuck happened. But
you got the Civil Rights Act too, Mike. I mean,
but Tim, if we sell the civil rights, the Civil War, as white folks woke up one morning and said what they doing to black folks is wrong, and we got to fight for them. That's a goddamn lie. That's
not. It ain't totally a goddamn lie because there were. Hold on, hang on a second. There were white folks that were abolitionists. Obviously, yes. The whole Harriet Tubman story, she would not have made it all the way to the North without the help of white homes. There were a lot of white people that were not in favor of what was being done to black people.
You're right. I'm not saying that's true. And that today is true today as well. What I'm telling you is the story they want to tell, the Daughters of the Confederacy, the story they want to tell is, was it that bad? I mean, sure, they didn't.
No, it was terrible. It was terrible.
But define slavery. Then they want to say indentured servants, and then they want to say, well, then we let you have your freedom. Yeah. You guys are liars. You didn't let anybody have anything, because if that was the case, why are we trying to go backwards? What are we going backwards to? If white folks all of a sudden woke up one day and we're good, what the fuck we trying to go back to?
Well, they're going to disagree that they're trying to go back and put you into slavery. That sounds like Biden. You sound like Biden going to put y'all back in chains. I got to move it on. I'll give you the last word.
This is my last word. If I'm wrong, then you have to. If I'm wrong, then you have to go back and look at America First, where that slogan came from. Make America Great Again. Where did that slogan come from? Where did all of these references to low IQ and all of these stereotypes and trolls, where did all of those things come from? Tim, you don't repeat things that come from white supremacy and not know as a white person they come from white supremacy. I mean, it's not a fucking thing. Let's stop acting like what they're doing is not what they're doing. And that's the problem I have with anybody that's continuing to support. If your eyes haven't been open to what minorities have been telling you about the soil of this country and how the soil is infested with racism, the more you support it, the more you feed it. Then, okay, be fine with the fruit that it bears. And the fruit that it's bearing is reeking and it is leaking saps of racism and bigotry and misogyny and homophobic and xenophobia. And it's not even up for debate.
All right.
Don't ask me. Listen to the person you vote for.
Fair enough. Mike, if MAGA reacts come on, I may go looking for you because I do want to clear that up.
Just text me. I'll be around. I'll be listening.
All right. Appreciate it. And real quick, I will just say this. No matter what the Trump administration does or what direction, he mentioned race and all this stuff, there are folks like Handsome Conservative who is a pro-life advocate. And, you know, when you look at the fact that, you know, the Liberal Party is in favor of allowing allowing women the right to choose. For him, that's going to be worse. For some of the pro-life advocates, even if they don't favor what Trump is doing, they're going to look at what the liberals are allowing. You know, they believe the liberals are allowing women to have pregnancy terminations up to the 9th month. They're allowing children to mutilate their own genitals and shit. They believe that. They believe that. So as long as that's the case, understand that they're not all voting for Trump due to racism. Some of them are voting for Trump or voting Republican because they think the Democrats are fucking crazy. That's what I'm asking. That's why the title of this show is why are you, or better yet, why do you vote? Are you voting because of what your party is offering? Or are you voting because you can't consciously vote for the other side because they fucking crazy? Both sides believe the other side is crazy. Democrats believe the Trump administration is, I won't just say crazy, it's a lot of what Mike just said. A lot of folks on the left believe that the Republicans are trying to take us back to the days of bondage and oppression. And of course, I just told you what a lot of folks on the right believe the Democrats are doing. You know, open borders, letting anybody in, making us less safe, all of that stuff. So both sides do believe the other side is painting a really bad pathway for America. So are you voting because of what your side is offering? Or are you voting more so because the other side is fucking crazy? Tap the screen, get up to 45,000. Somebody can help your boy out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes. Very low in here today, but show your boy some love if you will. Comments. I gotta get on my spectacles. We're here to read a lot of comments as well. Just want to make sure. Xenophobia, like the gay men, xenophobic of the opposite sex. I thought women were the worst because lesbians are the worst. Okay, that's an opinion. Trump is the best president in American history. That is also a crazy opinion, Gear Jammer. Gear Jammer, I would have to ask you, because a lot of MAGA don't even say that anymore. If you believe Trump is the best president in history, give me 3 significant accomplishments. In fact, if you have the Substack, TikTok, Clapper, or Instagram app, it doesn't cost you anything. If you can get one of those apps, Clapper, Instagram, Substack, or TikTok, the name is The Handsome Liberal. You can come up. Doesn't cost you any money to do it. I'll put you on and I would love to talk to you. If you believe President Trump is the best president in American history, I would love to have you state your case. Won't limit your time, won't censor you. You know, we don't censor. You can be critical of anybody, including the host. Our comments go left of Mamdani, so I'm having dinner with Q. We always have been MAGA friendly. We always will remain MAGA friendly. So you can come up. I like to know. I just would like to know what is making you suggest that Trump is the best president in American history. You should be able to easily explain that if he's that great. Anyway, continuing on though, lower tax, Trump accounts, no tax on tips, lower prescription. That's all it takes. Motherfucker sent dudes to the moon, defeated Nazis, had the Berlin Wall come down, defeated the Soviet Union, freed slaves, gave women right to vote, Civil Rights Act. You talking about no tax on tips? Really? You're promoting no tax on tips? That makes him the best in U.S. history. No tax on tips? But goddamn, all right, I'll leave that alone. No tax on tips. Shit. Fuck Hitler. He giving us no tax on tips. All right, let me go back to the box. Look, I always appreciate a good chuckle. That was funny as hell. No tax on tips. Not even, oh my Lord, not even permanent, and they're still being taxed. No tax. Gorbachev, tear down these walls. That's what Reagan said. Fuck that. No tax on tips. The fact that you even need tips, which is what my first caller talked about, getting serious. He made a good point. Why are people paid so low that the customer has to tip them to subsidize their low salary? Tipping shouldn't be necessary to begin with. Most of the free world does not tip. They actually pay the employee that does that job a decent wage. I mentioned when I lived in Australia, the waitresses at the time, and this was in the early 2000s, they were already making like 17, 18 bucks an hour. They're still not making that in America. It's 20 years later. The average waitress in America still don't make 17, 18 bucks an hour here. So, yeah, tips should not be necessary. It shouldn't even be necessary. But that was really funny for him to bring that up. In the comments, what say you, Tim? What is your question? I will read it. One Eric, whatever. I don't see the question you asked. So you said, I don't agree with Flock Cameron's data center spraying glyso. I don't know what that is. And Bill Gates cultivated meat. I don't agree with Kennedy. To me, look, I understand the issues with Fauci. I understand the issues with Bill Gates. To me, Kennedy's worse than all of that. Because Fauci's gone. So whatever Fauci damage is, it's no longer accruing. Kennedy is, to me, what Kennedy is doing is worse than Bill Gates and the stuff you guys are talking about Fauci. And with Fauci, thank you, whoever did the grandma. What Fauci did, he did it under both administrations. So we could talk about Fauci, but to me, what Kennedy is doing is worse. Putting him over Health and Human Services and the CDC and shit with no medical background, that's worse to me. That's like putting a pilot in the cockpit that has no aeronautical training at all. Like he don't know nothing about flying planes. He got a PS2 at home or a fucking Xbox. He don't flew on Battlefield 6 or something. And all of a sudden now you don't put him as the captain of the airline. To me, that is crazy. So I think Kennedy is by far more dangerous because he's cutting programs for cancer research and shit like that. Kennedy is worse. Let me go back to the box. We will go to Gangsta Grandma's MAGA reaction. MAGA, we gotta have a conversation. Gangsta, good evening.
Oh, that sounds how's it going down your throat today, huh?
In what way?
I saw that, huh?
What are you saying? What are you indicating? What are you talking about?
You stay fluffy. Good God.
How am I fluffy?
So doesn't your tonsils hurt for having all that uncooked protein down your fucking throat?
I don't know.
I know I'd be gagging if I had that shit down my throat. I could never sell my ass out to be sucking on nothing that's uncooked.
I have no clue what you're talking. I have no clue what you're talking about.
You know exactly what the
fuck
I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
Yes, you are. Yes.
No, I don't.
You always want to make everything. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you this too. They do be smelling. They did. We had to show them how to take baths and stuff. They had peel holes. You know, us black folks don't get peel holes in our shit. You know why? Because we keep our hair done. You feel what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. So you're trying to tell me that white people smell? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Hell yeah. They smell like wet dog. What are you talking about?
That is racist. That is being racist. Yes, it
Let me
is.
tell you something.
And it's untrue. It's untrue.
No, it isn't. It is true. When the Native Americans and shit came, and they said this is what they They said they stanky booty. That's what the Native Americans said, and they showed they had to show them how to hide themselves.
Wait a minute. Come on now, gangster. You're telling me what the Native Americans thought of white people back in the era where people didn't even have soap and water and shit like they do. I mean, you're telling me how white people smelled in the hundreds, really?
Honey, they had soap and water. The Native Americans had their soap and water. Unlike the white chief folks, they didn't even know how to wipe their ass correctly. We had to show their asses that. What are you talking about, Willers? Why they had piojos all up in their fucking hair? Every damn time they have baby kids not to use somebody else's comb because the people have piojos. It ain't our black asses that got the piojos. It is the white tea people that got the piojos.
So you're telling me right now in 2026, white people smell?
That's all we heard. When you go down on a woman, I cannot go down. I ain't gonna take the. You can go take it. You want to go get you a white tea coochie? Go ahead, Tim, and go smell it for JJ. Not me. I stick with chocolate for JJ.
That is
okay.
What you were saying.
Chocolate for JJ.
What you were saying is the most racist shit I've ever heard.
No,
of.
it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. No,
yes,
it's not. No, it's not. Tim, y'all think you mad about it because I put your white teeth, what is that? What do we call snow roaches to shame? And you just big mad that you don't get you a sister, that you have to stick with the snow roaches because that's how desperate your ass is, and you'll fuck anything. Now, unfortunately, I'm not desperate. I stick with my black men. I stick with my black sisters that don't be stinky.
Because you are racist.
I'm not racist. Being pro-black is not racist, you fucking
That's
idiot.
what the fucking Klan says, is they not racist, they pro-white. That's
the
exactly
Klan.
what they
That's
say.
the Klan. That's the Klan. The Klan don't like your black ass. The Klan don't even like me.
And you don't like white people just like they don't like blacks.
No, don't say I don't like white tea people. I don't like the maggots.
And then
okay.
So wait. So only MAGA smell then. So the regular white people.
They be stanky booty. Have you ever seen one? Oh my God, Tim. This one guy, I shit you not. This woman walked into my establishment yesterday, Tim, on the love of God. And I told her, ma'am, you got to go. And she said, why? I said, you have an order. This woman stunk so bad that I had to kick her out. And I didn't even want to kick her. I needed to feed her ass because she looked like she needed some fucking food, but she stunk. No, don't you tell me that it did not happen. That shit happened. And if she would have put her clothes on, for real, boy.
Okay. Well, let me get.
And you know what she had? She had a MAGA hat 2028, and that bitch stunk. So don't tell me, Pookie.
So let me talk to you about something else other than your level of hate in your heart.
I don't hate.
Yes, you do.
I don't like the maggots. Regular white tea people cool with me. They cool beans with me. As long as they take a shower and the coochie don't stink, I'm good. Now, if they a maggot, I don't fuck with them. Okay?
Okay. So why do you vote? Do you vote because of what your side is offering, or are you voting more because you think the other side is crazy?
I vote for the blue because they help the poor. They help our vets. They don't want to take away shit from our seniors. They don't want to take away shit from the poor working class. You feel what I'm saying? They don't.
So you think the blue?
I vote for other people. I don't vote for myself. Oh, yeah, you big mad now, white teacher, trash asses. You wish the bitch I pick. But unfortunately, that is me. Love it, bitches. Love it.
And in the comments, Pobo says, Tim, do your white girlfriend use a washcloth? Why? Using a washcloth doesn't make it necessarily cleaner.
You know what? I use 2 washcloths. One for my face and one for my fucking body. And what gets cleaned is my coochie and everything. You know, I have 2 of them. Now, some of these white tea people don't even have one. Okay?
You can, listen, if you're in the shower rubbing a regular bar of soap on your skin, you're going to get clean with that as well. You don't, a washcloth is
good sensitive, baby. I use the good shit. Okay?
I'm just telling you.
When I get out of the shower, Honey, I use raw cocoa butter, okay? I use the good shit from Africa, okay? Okay. And that's why I'm...
What about a
I
loofah?
can't eat
What
shit.
about a loofah?
I use that. I use an African. You know why I don't even use a washcloth? Have you seen those African scrub, the long things that go on your back and stuff? Hell yeah. My ass is clean, honey. And I don't smell. Okay, and my coochie smells like
Well,
water.
I'm gonna tell you, I've been around a lot of white people in my life, and they don't smell
I
like
bet
that.
you
either.
have.
They don't
Ted, 'cause
smell.
You're white as shit. Honey, I can't tell, sweetheart. When I seen that yesterday, and I felt so horrible because I had to pull her aside, I told her she needs to go take a bath before she comes to my establishment.
And I'll tell you,
that's
in
a
the
God.
comments on YouTube, Eric Shelton says, I'm embarrassed to hear this lady speak. So that means Eric may be African American. He's embarrassed at your racism.
Let me tell you something. For one, you don't talk shit about me unless your face is cleared up and your family's so fucked up. Because honey, both your bitches are struggling. Okay, Eric? Especially if you voted for this shit. Your face needs got jacked up and your family's fucked up. Pick your struggle, bitch. Pick your struggle. So you want to come from me, bitch? You better get your A game.
I don't know. I just want to get to the point where we can like each other without the hatred, gangster.
Let me tell you, no.
You got
You don't
hatred
want
in your
to-
heart.
You ain't gonna do no kumbaya shit. See, kumbaya, if they would have listened to the black women and voted for a black woman, we wouldn't be in this situation. But no.
How do you know?
No, they did not. The white man, the maggots, oh my God, we don't need a black woman in office. She's gonna be just as bad. No, bitch. We would never been through this shit. So fuck you, Tim, about you saying, oh, we need kumbaya shit. No. We're never gonna have, we're never gonna like the
Not as
maggots.
long as
I'm
we're
sorry.
talking. Not as long as we're talking to you. And
Why, Tim? Why do I know? No, see, Tim, this is what you're a little colonizer. You love it down your fucking throw up your fucking ass. You're like a yes man, so go get the whip. Because you a house ninja. Let's keep it a buck. See, let's keep it a buck. You a house ninja. You'll do anything for the white man's approval. See, you want to kiss everyone's ass. You want to kiss the white man's ass and say, let's do kumbaya. Well, they'll put you in a fucking tree right now. Well, they're putting our black folks' asses in a tree right now. What are you talking about?
as Stick the Ruler said in the beginning of the show, most of the time, if you're going to be victimized, it's proximity, which means that the average black person has a lot more to worry about coming from another black person than the white
I'm
man.
more worried about the white man, especially in Mississippi, bitch, and what?
I don't live in
And
Mississippi. I don't
Oh,
visit
shut up.
Mississippi.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to go and talk about Mississippi, do you? When the rednecks are over there putting us in fucking trees and shit. Huh, Tim?
You sound like somebody on the right living in Alabama talking about trans in New York. And I don't live in Mississippi. I don't live in Mississippi.
I'm from the South, Pookie. I'm from the South. Pookie, I am from the South. I'm from New Orleans. Oh, there's racism everywhere. What are you talking about? They still got us in trees. What are you talking about, Tim? Don't get the shit twisted. Don't ever get the shit. That's why you.
I haven't heard. Look, I'm in
Yes,
Chicago. I haven't heard of anybody in Chicago being put in a tree. I have not
You
heard
know
that.
what, Tim? You know what I figured out about your black ass last night? I waited for your ugly ass to FaceTime me last night. Yes, Timmy Tim. Yes, Timmy Tim. And you know what? Your black ass has stood me up.
And
But don't
Missouri
forget,
man says she being racist, says wild racist. Yeah, she got hate in her heart. She has some hate.
No.
Yes.
I do not like the maggots. There's a difference between white tea people that's standing
You
with
said
us.
they stink. You said they smell, and that wasn't just
They
MAGA.
stink. I kicked one out of my establishment yesterday. What the fuck? Man, the bitch stunk.
So if you had an African American that came in there and smelled, you wouldn't say the whole black race smell, would you?
I ain't gonna lie to you about this, and on God, I had never seen a black man, or a black woman, or a Asian woman, or any other person come up in there something like that. You know what? And then she had some fucked up. I don't even know what the fuck they call it. She didn't even wash her hair. It was like so nappy. I forgot what it's called. They have like nasty ass dreads. Bitch,
wait. That's ridiculous. You're from California. All them fucking homeless people of color, and ain't none of them smelling, huh? There's only white people.
Actually, you know what though? Let me tell you something. Even white tea ones, Let me tell you, I'll be honest about this one. On God, I go out to what is it? I go to Skid Row, right? Even the white tea ones on Skid Row don't be stinking. I did the white man don't be stinking. I'm being honest. They take pride. The homeless takes pride in them. So I'm not gonna put down the white tea people that are homeless. I don't give a fuck who they voted for. They didn't stink. This bitch stunk, and she was a
Okay, well, blame it on the one person, not the whole fucking white race.
I blame it on all the maggots. They be stinky booty.
Yeah,
I don't like the maggots. They put us in a situation. Why do you want me to kiss their ass so bad?
Are
Why
you
do you want me to
are you sure the person that walked in your shop smelling was MAGA?
Yeah, you know why, Tim? Because on her skirt thing, she had 2028 hat on it. Nasty. I told her to get the fuck out on God. And she said, why? I said, because you stink. For real.
Well, and I'll just say, Billy Wap in the comments says, Tim, I'm surprised you haven't heard about them getting wet and smelling like dogs. I have heard it, but I've been around wet white people and they don't stink. So that's what I'm telling you. They don't.
Let me tell you
They
something.
don't stink.
Tim, you be stinking like the fucking uncooked protein.
They
You
don't
be lapping it
smell.
up like a whole dog. You be lapping it up. Yes, you do.
You
You're
guys
the
are
best,
racist.
Tim.
You guys are
Let's
racist.
keep it up. That's not being racist. Tim, I will always disrespect the maggots. I will always disrespect them. I will.
To me,
You know
you
why?
sound like before the civil rights era, they used to say that we smelled and the same shit about us, and you
And
sound
we
like
don't
them.
know.
You
All
sound just
black
like
asses
them.
don't stink.
Just like you
All
said.
black asses don't
Just like
stink.
you also said, I'm not racist. I'm just
I'm
pro-black.
not.
That's what they used to say. You saying the same
Also,
shit.
No, they say pro-white. See, there ain't
You said pro-black.
Okay, pro-black is when we you know what fucking pro-black is, dog. So we believe in black love. that
That's
we believe in lifting up
exactly
our people.
the Klan
No,
said. The Klan says
no,
we're not racist.
no.
We just
They the
pro-white.
Klan.
You
No.
sound just like what the Klan is saying.
No. You a stupid ass. You a house ninja for real. Go get the whips, man. I know you like it like that, and I bet you anything. If I had my dinglings, I bet you anything I could treat you like my bitch did. Because let me tell you something, Tim. I want to be with you. You are for real. Your back on that, yes. When they say white power and shit, they're not talking about black like how we talk. No. They're the Klansmen. They're the ones that put us in a tree. We have never did that to the white tea man. What are you talking about? What about black love? What about uplifting our black folks? What about going into our
Ain't
shops
nothing
and
you
stuff?
saying.
What are you talking about?
There's nothing you saying that makes you sound like you're about love. You sound like you're about hate.
I love my black folks. What are you talking
Right,
about?
and you don't like the white folks. That's what a racist would
I
do.
don't like maggots. I'm not saying I don't like all white tea people, you numb nut. I say I don't like the maggots, you numb nut. I'm saying that. The white tea people that is fighting for us, that's in the streets for us, they're using the white tea privilege for us. I like them.
The ones
I
that
have
stink.
white
You
friends,
like the
numb
ones
nut.
you like the ones that you're saying stink, right?
No, I don't like their asses. That's the maggots.
So only MAGA. So somebody's political. So somebody's political affiliation is. So somebody's.
They don't know what washing
So what
their
you're saying
ass
is somebody's political affiliation is controlling how they smell.
Yep, they sure do. Yep, yes, Tim. You know why, Tim? You know why?
Because you're a racist.
No, because let me tell you, Tim, when I tell you I turned green yesterday, and I was going to tell you that last night. But your sorry ass had to stand me up. I was going to tell you that. I was coming home. I about threw up. So, yes, I tell you. And you know why they do that, Tim?
Missouri man put in your request. I'll bring you up. Somebody said, Missouri man said he wish he could call in with you. Real quick, I got a poll on YouTube going on. The question being, now the woman I'm talking to, so just in case some of you don't know, goes by the name Gangster Grandma. The poll is Gangster Grandma a racist? That's what we're polling on YouTube. I want to see. I just put that as a poll question. I think you are. You are.
Bitch, your mama should be racist. Your mama should have followed you. You feel what I'm saying?
She's deceased.
You're the waste of a fucking nut.
She's deceased.
I'm not. You know what, Tim? The difference between me and you is
I'm not a racist.
I tell the fucking truth about the white tea people, the ones that voted for the shit. I tell the truth. They voted for racism. I did it, you stupid fuck. I voted for a black woman, you dumb fuck.
You are
if I was
racist.
a racist, I would have voted for him, you nut nut.
I gotta go. I'll leave it at that. But you are a racist. We'll
You know what,
continue
John?
this. We'll continue
Let me
discussing the poll.
Let me tell you this, Tim.
Real quick.
Let me tell you this, Tim. See, unlike you, I'm not gonna cape for the white tea man that voted for the shit. I'm not talking about the white. I'm not talking about the normal white tea people that didn't vote for the shit that is standing there. I'm not talking about them. They're our allies, and they know because I have allies in my inbox laughing and telling them how they like how I give them attitude. But let me break this shit down. You kiss they fucking ass. You're the one that's tonsil hockey down your fucking throat and drinking that fucking cum all down. See, when I gargle and when I swallow, I have black men cum. You feel me? I'm proud of that. Unlike your ugly ass, you have the white teeth, and then they stay at your ugly ass.
I gotta go. We'll leave it at that. I'll try not to gargle or swallow. Going to KMP. Where'd you put you didn't put your thing in. I got a guest that wants to follow up Gangsta Grandma, a new guest. I just wanted to hear what he had to say. Apparently he didn't, either he did not, he must have left the program. Anyway, we'll continue on. Wow, I don't know what to say. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. Just no love today. I get it. Real quick, in regards to what we actually are talking about, because race was not going to be the topic of discussion. Hey, look, that comes up so often on the show. I was not going to discuss that. What I wanted to talk about is the midterms. The midterms only being 70 plus days away. And I want you guys to hear this is former MAGA giving an opinion. I want to get your opinion. I want to get you folks' input on this.
Let me explain to you guys how this is actually going to work. 26 midterms and the 28 presidential race is not going to be anything like 2024, where there was so much support for MAGA. The coalition came in and got behind Trump. And here's why. When the president started telling his own supporters that he didn't want their support, remember that True Social post where he said, my past supporters, and he was calling the Epstein files a hoax. Yeah, these were women that were talking about and telling their stories about being raped by these elite rich men when they were 14 and 16 years old. And then the president fought me and Thomas Massey and all of us who were trying to release the Epstein files, and he called it a Democrat hoax. Yeah, that's going to be a problem in the midterms. You know what another problem in the midterms is going to be that is totally broken the entire coalition? It's calling affordability a hoax. Yeah, remember when the president called affordability a Democrat hoax? Same word he used to describe raping girls when they're 14 and 16 years old. Affordability is not a hoax. And it's not something that you shame young people like Gen Z, shame them for their work habits and shame them and tell them they need to, pull themselves up by the bootstraps, because it's a lot different for young people today than it was for, say, my generation and the baby boomer generation. The dollar actually had value 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Now the dollar isn't worth shit. And that's because Congress won't stop spending the money. And that's because we have leaders like President Trump, who's gone full neocon and just can't back away from war, can't back away from it. And that's the third issue there, folks. You want to know why 26 and 28 is going to be different? Because Donald Trump broke his big campaign promise of no more foreign wars and actually has got us embroiled in a war with Iran, a war that should not be happening, and he's not backing off of it. And it will probably get worse. So that has fed the affordability crisis. That's why people can't afford gasoline. That's why people's bills keep going up. Food prices are still going up. Beef is at all-time high. It's ridiculous. And
so, do you agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene? Now, she's saying that it's not going to go well for MAGA in the midterms. She cites 3 reasons, and thank you, Blue One Banks, coming through for your boy. I do appreciate that, and thank you also, Elroy, for sharing the live.
You don't lecture.
Thank you very much. Marjorie Taylor Greene Now, she's citing three reasons. Now, she's saying it's not likely to go well for Trump in the midterms. She's saying that him starting a war with Iran, claiming that affordability is a hoax, which is essentially the economy. He's not doing well in the economy. And she mentions the Epstein files, and she's using words like rape and things like that. So she's coming hard with it. So do you think Marjorie Taylor Greene has it right in suggesting that MAGA is going to have a bad time in the midterms because, according to her, Trump isn't delivering? Or, as I mentioned earlier, is it possible that folks believe the Democrats are just so fucking batshit crazy, they're going to vote for Trump anyway? Furback, thank you very much. Thank you. So, I mean, do you think she's on something? Also, before we take the next guest, Trump is in the news again. And I mentioned this during the monologue, but there's a lot of new people here. And by the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. TikTok, get us up to 60,000. Trump's in the news again today. And I don't look, this is the Iran war stuff. And once again, I'm not sure if this is going to work either.
Andrew, the U.S. is quietly breaking Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. American forces reportedly protecting tankers moving.
And real quick, before we continue on with this clip, notice how the Fox News piece starts out by saying, while the U.S. is quietly breaking Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. Anybody believe that? Is there anybody that believes that America is taking the Strait of Hormuz back from Iran? Because I do believe what Fox just tried to throw in there was spin. So I'll play the clip. I want you to hear what the threat Trump is making now.
Well, Sandra, the U.S. is quietly breaking Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. American forces reportedly protecting tankers moving some 10 million barrels of oil every day through the waterway as President Trump opens up another front threatening economic D-Day for countries that help Tehran stay afloat. Let's bring in the former Defense Secretary, Mark Esper. Mr. Secretary, good to have you with us on the program. So here's what the president put out announcing all of this as he ramps up the economic stranglehold on Iran. He said, quote, "I'm announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. I am also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences." Is this the path to success with Iran?
Well, first of all, John, good to
And I don't want to play. Just think about that. Now, Trump is threatening to, now remember, a whole civilization is going to die tomorrow and it's going to be the biggest attack since World War II. He's no longer threatening physical military violence against Iran. Now he is saying, I am announcing the most any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. So now he's threatening sanctions as opposed to bombing. Do you think it's going to work? Do you think this time, do you think Iran's going to bow down to economic sanctions? And he continues by saying, I'm also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. So he's going to impose huge sanctions on Iran. And he's also threatening that any other country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences, which means we're going to put sanctions on Iran. And if anybody continues doing business with them, they're going to face our wrath too. Well, there's been a response to what he's already threatened. All this happened in the last 24 hours.
We have a big breaking news coming in from the Middle East. China has now joined the rhetoric against the United States of America. China is pushing back against Donald Trump's escalating economic pressure campaign against Iran. Beijing has openly rejected the idea that more sanctions and economic pressure can force Tehran into submission, sending a fresh warning as tensions between Washington and Tehran continue to rise as US President Donald Trump has announced a crushing economic operation against Tehran. China's foreign ministry says sanctions are not the answer. Speaking in Beijing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Lin Jian said that imposing sanctions and pressure do not help to solve the issue when it comes to Iran. Instead,
So what China's basically said is your threat that anybody that helps Iran or does business with them, we're not going to adhere to that. So he's threatening any country that offers Iran a lifeline. They're going to face economic sanctions from us as well. And China's like, well, okay, if that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. Notice on the graphic here, it points out that China buys 80% of Iranian oil. So that would qualify as a lifeline to Iran. I mean, I believe that's their biggest export is their oil. If China's buying 80% of that, most of their economy is coming from China. But that's a lot of oil, and the Chinese need that. So the Chinese are like, we're not about to cut off our oil, our plug for some shit you got going on with Iran. So China's already made it clear they're not in on this. So what's the next? We're going to impose huge sanctions on China next. And considering everything we have in this country seems to be made by China, there's no way if he does to China what he's talking about doing to Iran that we're not going to pay out of the ass for it. If he imposes huge sanctions on China and they reciprocate, all of our shit comes from there. The supply line, all of that shit's going to be fucked up. Because we don't have the manufacturing to replace that right away. So it would be a mess. And I see in the comments somebody says, World War III Trump is that stupid. I hope it doesn't get that deep, but this is the way you take it in that direction. Look, the Iran war is turning out to be a mess. That's all I'll say. It is turning out to be an utter mess. Real quick before I go to the next caller, I did ask the question, is Gangsta Grandma racist? I got over 100 people responded. I've never seen this before. 104 people so far. Exactly 50-50. So that means 52 people said yes. 50. I've never seen a poll exactly split at 50-50. 50% say yes, 50% say no. MAGA reacts, what say you?
I say 52 people are lying.
Which group of the 52 though?
The one that don't think she's racist.
So you believe Gangsta Grandma is a racist?
She's the biggest racist I know.
Damn. That said a lot. Now, yesterday you came on.
No, I take that back. I think Michael's a bigger racist.
Oh my God. Yesterday you came on. We talked about the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony ongoing saga, and you said that Mike was wrong about some things. I could not remember what you said to recall it.
No, he was just wrong about all the text messages. Like, he just didn't bring, like, I was, like, telling him, like, I'm sure there's something on both sides to make it even, to make it a fair deal. And he never brought up all the shit that Anthony said. Because that was basically my point, that he never brought up the shit that Anthony said.
What did Anthony say?
That he wanted to stab someone and lick the blood off the knife. That's on the verge of going crazy. That, he was saying a bunch of crazy shit. Give me 2 seconds to Google his text messages. Okay. And this all was recent. He was stalking his fucking ex-girlfriend. He was fucking talking about shooting her. I remember some text messages about shooting her.
But hang on a second, Mac. Real quick in the comments, Handsome Conservative, you says, is Gangsta Grandma racist? I say the Democrat Party is racist. That makes no sense considering how diverse the Democrat Party is. First question I would ask you is, racist against who? Because everybody is well represented in the Democrat Party, unlike the Republicans. So racist against who? Go ahead, MAGA.
They're racist because their identity politics is racist.
That ain't what racism is. Hatred towards somebody. Who does the Democrat Party hate?
Let me explain it. They go to a black person and tell them, you're black, you must hate white people. If you're a woman, you must hate men. If you're fucking LGBTQ, you must hate straight people. And that's the same shit we hear
That
every
is- but
time
that's
Grandma
not
comes up.
racism.
She hates all those things.
Okay, so-
And she's the biggest Democrat on
Yeah,
here.
but that's not. If I tell you, you know, you're Egyptian, so you must hate the Israelis. That don't mean I hate you as an Egyptian. That just means I got you wrong. I mean, that ain't got nothing to do with
They
racism.
promote racism. They're not racist, but they promote racism through
Okay.
identity politics. And yeah, as an Egyptian, they would say I hate Israelis.
Yeah, but
And
they
as
could
an
be wrong,
immigrant,
though.
I should hate Americans.
Yeah, but whether you hate them or not, saying that you're Egyptian, so that ain't got nothing to do with being racist. Is about hatred and superiority. That just means I pegged you wrong. I guessed wrong on you. They got nothing to do about being racist. I'm black. Somebody might say I like fried chicken. That don't mean they hate black people.
The Democrat Party goes to you. You're black, so the white people have been oppressing you, and you got to hate them because they're privileged.
Then that
Isn't
just means
some of
they're
that
wrong. Then that means they may be wrong. That don't make them racist. That they just
all
guess
racists
wrong.
are wrong. I think all racists are wrong. So what does that change?
Well, racism is about negative stereotypes and hate. Not saying that you're fit. I bet you lift weights every day. Ain't got nothing to do with that. Ain't got nothing to do with hate.
By the way, you know how they call you a fluffer? I don't think you're a fluffer at all. You're the deflection king. I don't know who said it earlier on your live. You are the deflection fucking king. That is what you are. You're the best deflector on fucking TikTok.
And I'm getting better. And I'm
You're
getting
deflecting that shit.
right. And I'm getting better at deflecting because I talk to MAG I talk to MAG all the time. I'm getting better at it because I'm talking to MAG, and MAGA wants to criticize the left for doing all kinds of shit that they ignore when Trump does it. But when you bring up Trump, all of a sudden it's deflecting. Like if you're like Thomas Massey, what he said about Trump's associate or whatever, and they want to criticize him for saying like this dude don't say all kinds of shit about women. Trump has, but if you bring that up, you're deflecting. So yeah, I'm getting better at deflecting because you guys are hypocrites.
No, you're always good at deflecting.
Yeah, because you guys have always been hypocrites.
Now I know what to call it. It's fucking deflecting.
Because you guys have always been hypocrites. Yes, I have been.
No, a lot of this shit doesn't even apply. But you're just good at fucking being persistent and making it apply.
Okay.
You make that fucking square box go through the circle hole.
The guy is talking about women can give birth, take the kid home, and come back to the doctor the next day and decide whether they want to get rid of it or not. And you're telling me I'm the one trying to make round pegs fit through square holes and shit? You voted for that.
I mean, isn't there a bunch of states that make
None.
that make abortion
None.
legal?
That ain't happening. That ain't happening. There is no woman that has ever gave birth, came back to the hospital, decided with doctor or not whether they would. That has never fucking happened. Maybe when
All right, then.
only time that may have happened in America is when a white guy raped a slave and was deciding if he wanted a Mongoloid or not. That's about the only time some shit like that may have happened. That doesn't happen at all.
That's another conversation I want to have with you. I was listening to everything you guys said before I got on. I played in double speed, so I kind of try to catch up. And if I was a racist, like a smart one, you know what I would do?
Say you're not racist. That's what you would do. You would deny being racist.
No, like
Yes.
if I had a time machine and I was a racist, I would go back in time and make sure slavery doesn't happen. And now that would be it. I would just go back and be like, "Hey, we're not bringing any slaves to America."
If you as a white guy that was racist went back in time and made sure slavery didn't happen, you would greatly reduce the economic value of the white population. A lot of money in the white community still to this day has a lot to do with the fact that they got free labor, free jobs and all of that shit.
Nothing is free. And I would have just brought in fucking criminals and paid them money, paid them like minimum wage. Minimum wage.
I'm
is
just
all the shit
simply
we go through
saying,
today is like worse than slavery.
having a leg up on one community for as long, not only just the black people, brown people, women, all that, for white males having a leg up on everybody else. If you went back in time and made sure that didn't happen, you would greatly reduce the value of the white population because they enjoy a lot of wealth from that.
We would own the whole country to ourselves. I mean, not we, because I'm not white, but like they would own the whole country to themselves.
What?
They would if they went back in time, a racist went back in time and canceled slavery, never brought any slaves to America, this whole country would just be white.
Yeah, and it would be undeveloped. and it would be way.
It would be
you
developed.
take away all the labor that African Americans and people of color have done. You got to take all that away with it. It would be the developments, all the inventions they were part of. A lot of that shit would be in Africa. All of that extra manpower you're now adding to the African continent, Africa would be way ahead. Lots of shit that was invented here would have been invented by them there, and they would have had the wealth from it.
All that.
Yeah, you don't want to count any of that.
Still be slave.
You don't want to count any of that. Like the what is the movie Hidden Figures with Taraji P. Henson that created? They did the math for the space program. Well, now they doing that shit in Africa. So now Africa is sending rockets to the moon and shit like that. So you would destroy the white population. You would destroy the white population.
If I was racist and I wanted to make America white, I would just get rid of slavery.
Yeah. And like I said, the white people would kill you for trying to do that.
How? Because they don't even know what they fucking, they don't know better.
Give me what you got on Carmelo. You're going nowhere with this. Give me what you got on Carmelo.
Hold on, let me get him. I already gave it to you. He did all that shit. He was fucking constantly violent. He punched some girl in her stomach or in her face. I think Metcalf punched a girl in his stomach. Anthony punched a girl in her face.
Would you agree that
they left out of the trial?
Would you agree Austin Metcalf appears to have been a racist though?
I mean, when he was a little fucking 12-year-old, yeah.
He just stopped?
And he was very aggressive, but he wasn't.
So what did he do? Just become on his 13th birthday? He started loving people?
No, like you outgrew that shit. You outgrew all that little kid shit.
You outgrow it? How does that happen? I ain't never heard that before.
Maggot, what was that like?
You're the same as you were when you were 12 years old? You were the same at 18 or 17 as you were when you were 12?
I ain't never had somebody that was taught hatred by their parents and they became 13 and it just went away. Unless there was some circumstance where you actually was around them or something.
From 12 to 17, that's 5 years. And that's a lot. It depends on where they went to school. And it turns a lot of shit.
Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
What was that line about?
That you kept all that fucking shit, all those bad text messages from the fucking story. You didn't tell us about all of Anthony's text messages about wanting to stab someone, that he's on the verge of going crazy, that he wanted to shoot up his girlfriend, that he wanted to shoot up school. I mean, all this shit that's come out in the last fucking day or so.
Okay,
you acted like it was all fucking green on his side, and it was just Metcalf.
No, that's not what I said. See, if you want to challenge me, you're prepared to challenge me. What I said was, they hadn't been confronted. I don't want to challenge you at all.
Tim said
let him speak, though. Let him speak. Let him speak, though.
At the time, they hadn't been confirmed, number one. Do you know the context behind them, yes or no?
Yeah, he's talking to his fucking ex-girlfriend, trying to scare her into staying with him.
No, do you know the context behind those text messages? Clearly you don't. Let me give you the context.
Why don't you tell me?
I will, like I always do. Did you know? See, I didn't know because I'm too old. I don't know that these online games that you guys play, when your headsets are on and you're talking to each other. So when he was talking about pew-pewing at her in the chest, and they were playing an online game.
Wow.
That's where they say those references came from.
And stabbing her and licking the blood. They're just talking about stabbing her while
check this out.
Period.
I know. Again, if you let me finish, the whole licking, I didn't know that was from an anime game where they be talking about, see, I don't play these games. So I don't know that these are references from this, I forgot the name of the game, something anime game where they talk about the blood and licking the knives and all of this stuff. These are from these online games they played, Tim. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Oh, bullshit.
Wait a minute.
How do you know it's bullshit?
This came out from the text.
Show me the part of the text that said some game was a reference to a game.
Wait a minute. You're challenging. See, this is the problem. You're challenging me on what I said. I'm telling you, last time I talked to you, they hadn't corroborated anything. Now that they're looking at the text in detail and adding the context,
Charlie Kirk,
where those references
came. Yes, Tim, thank you.
Charlie Kirk, context. You took it out of context.
Again, the same thing again. I would give you context for Charlie Kirk, but the fact of the matter is, every time we talk about it, you have none. I'm giving you context.
You just don't listen to it.
No,
and
you're
that's
not
the same
smart.
way I'm not listening to your bullshit context.
There is no context for Charlie Kirk. He meant what he said. It's pretty
He
clear.
meant what he said.
Yeah, he meant what he said.
And so all I'm saying to you, and again, with all of that being said, I'm just telling you what came out of the courtroom the other day. You want to talk about what I said the other day when, in fact, I told you all of those were allegations from the prosecution. They hadn't submitted anything to corroborate shit, MAGA Reacts.
Well, now we have a Xerox copy of his text messages. I don't know how they Xerox
if you have the text messages, can you get into the detail that I just gave you?
Give me a second.
I know. You can take all the time you need.
I don't know no
I
video
know you
games
can
like
call
that.
it bullshit all you want, but it's funny that same girl was at the trial sitting next to his dad for the last 3 days.
We already addressed that.
Matter of fact, she said,
that kind of shit.
hold on. She said she was going to testify to the total context of those text messages, but she never got the chance to testify. Did you know that part?
I guess not.
That's what she said.
All that shit.
That's what she said.
Where is this? Where are you getting all this from?
Dude, if you're
Where are these
where are you
videos?
looking?
I'm looking on the news. I'm looking fucking all over YouTube. I'm looking for
you're on YouTube. There's your problem.
Listen to white commentators on this shit.
MAGA Reacts, Billy Webb in the comments is accusing you of deflecting. Dun 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 dun.
What am I deflecting to? I'm asking him, show me.
I'm just telling you, he said you were deflecting. That sounds familiar to you?
No, what you do is deflecting. Right now, I'm like, show me, Michael, show me.
Now, and again, let me ask you this, Matt. Hold on, Matt.
Show me the context.
Again, I'll get to that in a second. Let me ask you this. You brought up all of that about Carmelo. You tell me what you know about the Austins' history and background, too.
That they fucking spray painted the N-word and KKK and a bunch of racist shit on the wall. That he punched a girl in the...
Hold on, gentlemen. Wait, hold on. News Nation right now has a ticker on breaking news. Carmelo Anthony loses bid for new trial.
Yeah, so he went right to an appeal. That was already on the...
Why they got this coming up now? So he's appealing it, but he lost it in the lower court.
No, he lost the bid to get a new trial. They were going directly for that, but he also, his appeal is appealing the verdict. So he was trying to get a retrial. If the judge would have granted him the retrial, he'd have been released. But he's going direct. If he didn't get that, they were going to appeal the original. This wasn't his first appeal on his original charge. This was just going to the judge.
Hail Mary.
Trying to get a retrial. And the judge denied it for whatever reason. So
I mean, what is the chance that he's gonna succeed in the appeal?
Well, we'll see.
If you don't get the retrial, this is all.
Well, he can win on appeal.
Right. I mean,
I forgot the picture of him holding the gun.
What about it?
Just saying, he had a gun.
What about the picture of the Metcalfs holding guns? What are you talking about?
I haven't seen any pictures of the Metcalf.
You've never seen a picture of the twins holding automatic rifles with their dad?
With their dad.
Oh my God.
That makes a huge difference.
That don't make no difference.
Wait a minute.
Don't fucking act like it doesn't.
How does that make a difference when the dad has been proven to be absolutely racist about this shit? What are you talking about?
I gotta see the picture. Show me the picture.
Well, no, you go find it. It's so fine how you don't find this stuff. So finish talking about the Metcalf's storied history. Give me some detail. I want to see how much research you've done since you're checking me about.
I don't do fucking research on this. I just listen to the news and listen to what everyone's saying. I have a life. I have a job that I've been at all day.
How many times have they? How many times? Now it's your job. Shut up. How many times have the Metcalfs? Now it's his job.
Listen, I just said it wasn't my job.
There's a picture. There's a picture on the screen. There's a picture on the screen. Both him and his brother holding what looks like long rifles. Are those ARs?
Yep. Any more questions about that, MAGA
rifles, but
looking like little Cal Rittenhouses.
They're probably just playing a video game. It's probably some video game you don't know about.
Got it. And so listen. So let me ask you this: How many times have those two been arrested?
I think once, maybe twice.
No. Between the two of them, 24 times, 12 each.
Wow.
Ooh, what were the well, for what?
Oh, you don't
I
know?
would like to know the list.
Oh, you don't know?
I didn't know
don't
that.
know.
I didn't know
That's
that.
why I'm asking you, my friend. That's why we're like, where's Michael? I wish he was here so he could tell us this shit.
Yeah. That's
Isn't that
not
what
why
we
you were
said,
looking.
Tim?
You were trying to.
No, that ain't what you said. But go ahead,
Yeah,
Mike.
that's not what he
No,
said.
that's what you said, Tim. And I was like, yeah, I wish he was here.
You made it sound like
Yeah.
you don't know shit.
Do you realize that they were removed from the custody of their mother for choking their mother?
No, I gotta look this up.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up. What about that from the 10th grade, from the time they were 10 years old to the time they were 17, there were over 50 incidents reported with these kids' misconduct.
Okay.
This should have came. I'm going to say what I said yesterday when we talked.
I mean, that
Maggie.
doesn't really change
No,
anything.
well, let me just say. I'm gonna say what I said yesterday when we talked. I still don't see where Carmelo Anthony had the right to stab and kill this guy, but I don't like the idea that Austin Metcalf was portrayed as some kind of all-American football hero. This these are bad kids. Being like George Floyd. What happened to George Floyd was wrong. But he actually had a criminal history that you guys had no problem bringing up like crazy. And I'm saying that these are not good kids like people tried to portray them as. And I kind of wonder if the father, because at their age, if you're like that, you got to be getting it from somewhere. So it sounded like the father was probably racist too.
Listen, Tim, it's not a probably. You got to remember, this is the watermelon felon guy. He just spit in the face of a
Yeah, he did say that. He did say that.
I mean,
yeah.
He said watermelon
Oh,
felon.
when you
and
get
all the rest.
22 arrests, I don't even know if you could be arrested that many times when you're under 17. I think
Sure you
too.
can. Sure you can. What are you talking about? If you keep fucking up, you keep getting arrested. They were on probation for 12 months. Do you realize that
They have like school suspensions, but not arrests.
they were on probation? Again, their records were...
Either way, did Anthony know any of this shit?
No.
So why does it matter?
I'm glad
He
you
didn't do
brought it up.
anything- If Metcalf didn't do anything racist at the time,
I'm glad
You
you brought it up. I can explain. See, when you ask a question, just let me explain it. Don't interrupt me. The reason why... The reason now, you got to ask yourself, why would the prosecution approach the defense? Why would the prosecution approach the defense about a gentleman's agreement where none of their history would come in play if they thought Carmelo's history was so impactful and it was a smoking gun to make his conviction stick? Why would they want to suppress the Metcalf's history as well? Because they knew their history was worse than his. That's why.
okay, and
Because
the
there's no
same
other
on the
reason
other
to do it.
side. Same with the defense attorney. Why would he take that deal? Because he knew Anthony's shit would be.
But the
Just
funny
as
part
bad.
about it, Maggie reacts, Anthony didn't know about it. The family didn't know about the gentleman's agreement. Did you know that?
Okay. Even
So-
if that's true, it's still a fair deal because both
It's not a
sides
fair deal.
benefited.
If you
Yes, it
are
is. All this shit just muddies
Magda,
the
let me ask you a
fucking
question.
facts.
Let me ask you a question, Maggie reacts, and this is really going to test your integrity. If you're the defendant, should your attorney ever go make a deal representing you without telling you?
Me, no, because I'm usually on top of this shit.
No, that's not what I asked you.
He's not talking about just you. He's talking about specific, just in general.
If I was in Anthony's shoes and this guy was a good lawyer, then yes.
No, that's not what I asked you. I'm asking you.
You add now. You talking about deflecting? Goddamn, that was some serious
Yeah.
deflecting.
I'm
No, like
simply
if it was
saying-
me, I have a lot of legal
We're not talking
knowledge.
about you. We're talking about should any defense attorney make deals on behalf of his client without telling the fucking client? You can't answer that.
Like I said, if the client knows his shit, then no. If the client doesn't know better, then yes.
So did Carmelo Anthony come across as a guy that knows his shit?
No, he didn't.
Then answer with that fucking question then where else are you going with it? That's deflecting. You're trying to make all kinds of shit. Ain't nothing to do with
explaining what's
this.
going on. That's not deflecting. I'm
It is
explaining my
deflecting.
answer.
Let me ask you this. So, Tim, you remember when I read the email?
Go ahead,
Remember when I read the email from the remember when I read the email from the cheerleaders?
Yes.
That's part of that shit that came out after the fact. There is well documented that, and matter of fact, they even admitted to punching girls. If remember when they were talking about his hands being bisexual, all of that stuff? Now, why does it matter, Maggie Reacts? This is why it matters.
Hold on, before you say that, I do want to answer a comment that could, people listen. It says, do you have MAGA people on here just for devil's advocate purposes, or do they really believe what they say? I guess you got to have a show. No, my MAGA viewers are speaking their mind. Everybody you're hearing on here.
Well, occasionally I play devil's advocate.
Okay, most of my that's if you're talking about your ass, but most of my viewers in the comments, they're speaking their mind. We don't censor you. State your case. Other than throwing around the N-word, occasionally I have to block people. But other than that, we don't block people for anything. You can state your case.
But as far as callers, I think I'm the only one left.
Because it's getting harder to defend Trump. I get a lot of my MAGA viewers, like Jeremy,
it's getting harder to explain things to you guys.
In fact, Trump's not delivering on a lot of his campaign You seen what Marjorie Taylor Greene just said? She ain't defending him no more. She didn't sound stupid. He's not delivering.
He's working on it, which is more than I can say for anybody else.
They didn't vote for some dude to work on it. True MAGA does not believe. True MAGA does not believe in participation trophies. You promise to do shit quick. 2 years later, you're still working on it. True MAGA aren't honoring that.
It's not a participation trophy until it leaves the office, Tim.
Just real quick, I want to get Tim. Can I get right back to this?
Go ahead.
The reason why it matters, because the case, Carmelo Anthony got sentenced the way he did because the judge threw out the self-defense claim because they said he was the provocateur. That's why the case went down the way it went. If you look at their history and you show Austin and Hunter being violent and aggressive consistently and continually for years, then you have to go ask yourself, regardless of what Carmelo, I'll give you everything in his background to be true for the sake of this conversation, all of it. But they didn't know that at the time. Just like he didn't know their history.
4 minutes.
When you look at their history, you got to ask yourself, if they're this violent, or on 5 occasions, they had been suspended from attending basketball game for an entire season. They had at least 5 occasions where Austin saw counseling regarding his anger and rage and all of this stuff, right? And then if you look at all of that and say, on that day where this incident happened, based on their history of being aggressive, who is more likely to be the provocateur? The end of the day, I saw that, Mr. Chase. The end of the day, if you're saying Carmelo never stood up, he didn't address them first, he didn't do any of those things. And with their history, who's more likely to be the provocateur on that day? And if you say them, his self-defense comes back on the table. That's the point. So you can't dismiss their violent history, and you can take all of these as well. They didn't know that about him, and he didn't know that about them. So they ran up on the wrong person with their violent history. And remember, Hunter said Austin sticks up for him whether he's right or wrong. So when you go back to it, it's more likely that they aggressed him with their rage that's well documented, and he met their aggression with his own aggression. That still means self-defense.
Can I talk now?
Say whatever you got to say.
You got 2 minutes.
You're full of shit. Because one, they didn't stab him. They didn't fucking punch him. They basically asked him to leave, and then they were like kind of gently pushing him out. And then on top of that, if he didn't know that they had all this history, he had no reason to fucking defend himself. Because he didn't know they were aggressive. He didn't know they were violent. If he knew that these are fucking some bad kids and that he has to defend himself or he's going to get fucking hurt or killed, then yeah, you would be right. But because he didn't know, it doesn't matter if they were or not. It doesn't matter if they were the aggressors. He didn't know that they're fucking violent. He had no reason to fear for his life.
He actually did. See, that's the point.
You just admitted that he didn't know them.
No.
Say he did.
What I said was
he didn't.
Words matter.
Fucking mind.
Words matter. What I said was they didn't know his history, but they did know about the incident at the basketball game because they testified that he knew of them. Now, let me tell you something you might not know.
Who are you talking about here? Are you talking about Carmelo knowing them or the other way around?
Let me finish. Because you might not know this because you don't sound like
I want you to start from the beginning.
I know, but
Carmelo
listen, because you don't
knows
sound
that
like you were an
at all.
athlete.
That was my question.
Just let me finish, because you don't sound like you were ever an athlete. Tim played sports in school.
I wasn't like super athletics. Let me not
You're
lie.
You're not going to have to be to acknowledge what I'm about to say. There's 200 people in here. If you played sports in school, you knew your rivals at other schools that were good athletes. You knew what happened at schools were rival teams in your district. You knew who that other guy was over there. You know what happens at other schools. You know when you got a dude over there. You think, and by the way, their pass was so it was so captured. It was showing that he knew, Carmelo knew about the basketball incident that I just told you about. So once you know, that doesn't mean that he had to know them personally, but you know of them. Makes perfect sense. But not only that, MAGA Reacts, his classmates knew of him. If you go back and read all of the incidents behind these two twins, you're going to see a pattern that's, and I'm going to tell you this, I hold the parents responsible, I hold the school responsible, because they kept kicking the can down the road on the bad and aggressive behavior of these kids, and they never took the corrective actions for that day never to happen.
What the fuck are you smoking? They didn't stab anyone, motherfucker. Who did they stab?
Whoa.
Who did they stab?
Whoa. They didn't have
I mean, I'm letting you fucking blab, and you're gonna be like, oh, I won. These kids didn't do shit. As far as he knows, they didn't do anything. He had no reason to defend himself, and you're making shit up now, and I'm letting you...
Let me ask you this then. If I'm wrong, who went to who?
What do you mean, who went to who?
Who confronted who?
What do you mean? They confronted him because they wanted him out.
Stop right there. Who confronted who?
They confronted him.
Okay,
that
stop
does
right
not
there.
mean that his life was in danger, which is what you need for a self-defense fucking...
Who started the altercation?
I don't know. I don't know how you could count that. Maybe Metcalf, maybe Anthony by being there. I don't know how the law treats that.
His presence doesn't negate. His presence does not.
Okay, so the Metcalf started it, but was he in danger? Was his life in danger? These kids have a history of stabbing people or killing anyone.
They have a history of assaulting people.
Gentlemen, I do for time. I got to move it on.
He doesn't know that.
Again, go do your research and then come back.
What research?
All right, Mike, thank you. MAGA, make your point. I'm going to drop you. Make your point.
Oh, we have something else.
No, I got to move it on for time at this point. I got to move it on for time.
You know what? We'll do the bet on Monday.
All right, fair enough. Real quick, what I want to say is this. I haven't seen enough, just giving my opinion on this, I have not seen enough to suggest that Austin Metcalf deserved to be killed. I still do not believe that Carmelo Anthony was, from what I've seen, and I'm going to admit I haven't been anywhere near as diligent with the case as Mike has. But from what I've seen, I don't see enough to suggest that Carmelo Anthony had to use lethal force. However, I do believe that it's underhanded to basically eliminate all of the history about Austin Metcalf. When Trayvon Martin got killed by George Zimmerman, we heard shit like he was truant in school. He smoked marijuana, had nothing to do with why George Zimmerman killed that kid. Folks found all that out and it was coming out. Same thing with George Floyd. The right brought up everything about that dude. Candace Owens did a whole clip going all the way back to the early 2000s. Every crime he committed, they were covering. You know why? Because folks don't have as much sympathy for you, even if something happens to you that shouldn't have, if they believe you were a genuine bad guy. And that's why I believe that the prosecutors wanted to keep his past out of it. It's because there's going to be a lot less sympathy for a kid that was a fucking racist. They didn't want people to know he was not. Now, him being a racist doesn't mean he deserves to be stabbed. I'm making that point. I'm not saying he deserved to die. What I'm saying is in America, particularly, I'm assuming in other places in the world as well, but in our country, if people perceive that you are a bad person, they do not care when shit happens to you. Think about how we feel about child molesters when they get locked up and something bad happens to them in prison. They didn't deserve that. That ain't got nothing to do with why they were convicted, but people are happy about it. People are okay with bad stuff happening to bad people. What they did was hid from the public that these were bad kids. They only made it so Carmelo Anthony looked bad. They hid their past for a reason because it likely would have tainted some of the minds of the jury members. Maybe not to the point where they would have Carmelo Anthony walk, but it could have been one where it led to him getting less than 35 years in prison. So, and like I said, I'm bringing up plenty of African Americans that were wrong. That people like when going all the way back to Rodney King, he didn't deserve what happened to him, but he brought up all of the bad shit he had done. That's what happens. That is what happens. People dirty up victims all the time. The prosecutors know how that works because they engage in that behavior themselves. So in this case, they were trying to hide it in regards to Austin Metcalf to keep his image squeaky clean. And likely, I believe it probably added to the amount of time that Metcalf got, or Carmelo Anthony got behind bars, and certainly kept the jury focused on only one bad entity in the courtroom. Whereas it could have just been a lethal fight between two bad parties. But it absolutely looks like Austin Metcalf was not a good kid. And neither was his brother. And they hid all of that. So I do want to just give you my point on it. I still don't believe they deserve to die, but hiding what kind of person they was done for a reason. Up to and including the possibility that dad is where some of that stuff originated. Guys that young don't form those kind of racist opinions on their own. It comes from somewhere. And like what Mike brought up, the whole watermelon comment and shit that the father made, it probably came from him. I'm speculating, but probably came from him. One less racist make the world a better place, says Rosemar. Like I said, I don't believe he should have perished. But I don't believe they should have tried. I don't believe the image of him being painted as some, nice football kid that was just getting an education. No, that ain't true. That's not true. I disagree. It doesn't matter. He murdered that boy, should have life in prison. You can disagree with it, handsome conservative, because I believe you're biased in this case. I'm pretty sure that if somebody took out an abortion doctor, you would have harsh opinions for it. I mean, most Americans do not mind when something bad, something wrong happens to a bad person. Even if the person did not deserve what happened to them on that day, we often say it was karma, or what goes around comes around, or live by the sword, die by the sword. We say that all the time. We say it all the time on people. A lot of folks who are an otherwise bad person is going about their business doing something where they encounter some negative action that they didn't deserve on that day. But because they are a person of bad character, most people don't feel sorry for him. And if what he was doing as what he has done came out, if Austin Metcalf was engaging in all that racist shit, talking about he want to kill N-words and stuff like that, that would have absolutely affected jury members. Particularly if you have anybody that sympathizes with minorities. I think the jury was mostly white. But being a white jury don't mean there may not be people that have, mixed kids or their partner or spouse. Anybody that sympathized with the other side would have viewed him as a victim totally different. That could have made a difference. Which, like I said, that's why they did not want that to come out. Is because it could affect some hearts and minds where people are going to view a racist different than they are a typical victim. It's supposed to be your peers. They couldn't find one black person in all of Texas. A jury of your peers does not guarantee racial peers, because there are black people that live in all white neighborhoods, and there are white people that live in all black neighborhoods. They're not going to go and bus or truck in somebody of your race. A jury of your peers just mean people from that same area. I mean, like O.J. Simpson, he moved out to, Simi Valley. Okay, then the jury of your peers is going to be a bunch of white people. Now, he fortunately had enough money to get his shit moved around. But, that's what you live over here. This is what's over here. You go move in Chinatown, your jury going to be all Asian people. Nobody going to move here. Anyway, looking at the comments, Frisco, Texas has little white population. Both sides get to exclude jury members and things like that. I don't know about the jury. I'll leave that as it is. But continuing on, fuck this whole country. Damn, who said that in the comments? Tap the screen, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. I didn't miss any super chats, did I? Yes. The victim gets in trouble for fighting back. That happens, JC, but in this case, everybody doesn't view Carmelo Anthony as a victim. I mean, he is a person that claims he had to kill somebody in self-defense without a scratch on him, and he's dealing with unarmed individuals. So that is a hard sell for folks. In fact, even with what I'm saying, it's a hard sell for me. I have a hard time believing he had to kill the guys. It wasn't like they were on top of him, funneling him or anything like that. I mean, I don't even see any proof that they were even holding on to him. They walked up to him and told him he had to leave. I suppose shove. It seems like he skipped a lot of levels to go all the way up to stabbing somebody in the chest. So I'm not at the point where I say that Austin Metcalf deserved to die. To me, I still see Carmelo Anthony as worthy of some incarceration. 35 years, I don't believe 35 years. I think that's overkill, but I do believe that he made a conscious choice to kill, and I just don't believe it was 100% necessary. I mean, at best, you might be to argue the stand your ground defense, and because the stand your ground defense allows you to kill people in optional situations when you don't have a duty to treat. No, you can actually exercise your option to stay here on site and kill that person. So I guess if you go through the stand your ground provisions of it, there may be an argument. But I don't believe that Carmelo Anthony was faced with one or two choices, either kill or be seriously injured. I don't think he had those only two options. I think he did not have to do that. You're saying it to make it sound like he said, I wanted to kill that guy or I tried to kill him. Well, you do realize there's messages of him coming out talking about, look, he didn't have to do it. That's all I'm saying. He didn't, I mean, he didn't have to be over there. There's a million steps in between encountering them and killing one. And he didn't exercise any of them. He went straight to kill. He stabbed the guy and then took off running. Why didn't you just do that to begin with? I mean, obviously you had a way out. Why didn't you just, if you're that scared that you're running, why not just do that before going to the step? If you felt like you were doing it in self-defense, if it's multiple people and you use a weapon in self-defense, after using a weapon on the first person, you're going to maintain that weapon so that the other threats can either be deterred or you can deal with the other threats. He stabbed the dude and dropped the knife and ran. Then it don't fit the narrative of self-defense. If you thought you really were in danger, you stab one of them, you hold it on to that knife so you can deal with the other ones. Why would you drop it? Why would you just run? You stab one guy and then you take off running. Then why didn't you choose that option to begin with? If you're going to flee, why didn't you just flee to begin with? I don't know. To me, there's a lot more to it to me. Like I said, I don't see Carmelo Anthony having to kill them. In regards to Carmelo, he probably feared for his life. These boys were bigger than him. Then why didn't he just run? He did after stabbing one of them. Why didn't he just run to begin with? That part don't make sense to me. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go to King Finn. Good evening, King. Welcome to the program.
Well, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. I mean, like, it's really wild, but it's really wild that you even have this conversation. We don't agree, but just really quick. I'm not about to go to Carmelo with you because you already know we disagree with that shit. Because I'm gonna just tell you that shit was self-defense. 401 is not a fair fight, and there is no fair fighting. But 401 is fucking ridiculous. When Carmelo's a 70, 80 soaking wet, and Austin and his brother are like roughly like 230 football players.
I get it, but my opinion is if it's self-defense, then stay there and defend yourself. If you got time to step one and run, then you obviously could have ran.
Tim, I just told you I'm not going to get into this conversation.
Then don't drop your 2 cents if you don't want to play the arcade. You dropped your 2 cents and then you don't want me to say nothing back?
I originally came up here.
What you came up here for?
Because your boy MAGA Reacts owe me $100, right?
Really?
Your boy, he owed me $100 and I want my fucking bread. Last night in your live, we were talking about shit, right?
We lost more money again.
Yeah, he owed money.
What am I, Samuel L. Jackson? Am I filming? What am I, Samuel L. Jackson? Am I filming an episode of The Negotiator now? Where's Kevin Spacey?
He ran his mouth and said some shit that's untrue.
Oh my God! Did he bet you $100?
Yeah, he bet me $100.
Oh
he bet
Lord!
Me $100. Wait, listen to the bet. He bet me $100 that Trump signed an executive order. He didn't even say this because he didn't even, I don't think he reads that Trump made 4 nuclear power plants that are right now online. Right? Do you know?
I kind of remember hearing that. I know you bet you money on it though.
Listen to what I am saying. Listen to the words that I'm saying. And I have texts on TikTok to back this bet up because I wanted to make sure every time this motherfucker open his mouth, I'm gonna make his ass pay, right? Because he don't do research.
$100, really? You bet $100 on that?
$100. Listen, that there were 4 nuclear power plants that are online. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you now because now I want you to pay me my fucking money. You fucking lame. There are not 4 nuclear power plants. There are 4 micro reactors and test reactors that are online. And they're not even online because they can't go online. They have reached critical mass. That's all. 4 nuclear reactors.
Using
a
my
reactor
show.
and a power plant are 2 different things. Run my fucking cash.
Y'all using my show. This is not the poly market. Do it through galaxies. God damn it. Y'all bet money like I can't believe it.
I don't care. I don't care. I just want them to pay my money. That's all. And if you like, I can put the actual name of the companies, the power plants, when they reach critical mass, all of that shit. But there are not 4 nuclear power plants online, even using your fucking definition. Try that shit with me too. No, pay the fuck up. There are 4 micro reactors, 4 test reactors that have reached critical mass. That is not the same thing as a fully functioning power plant.
Wow.
You understand the difference?
That's crazy.
Run my bread. That's all I gotta say. Run my cash.
And in the comments, vocabulary says in regards to Carmelo, he said fear. I saw that already. He feared for his life. You guys know how I feel about that. $100, huh? God damn.
$100. Pay it, Playboy. I ain't trying to hear all that bullshit. I don't give a fuck. I went through the bet with you 4 different times and said 4 power plants. You made the bet, you dumb fuck. You don't research. That's not my fault.
I'll have to go listen to the rebroadcast. I didn't know you guys had made a bet.
I can send you the text messages because when you went offline, that's what we were talking about.
Oh, y'all confirmed it via text?
Exactly.
Oh my God, MAGA! Say it ain't so, MAGA. Say it ain't so.
Yeah, run my bread, Playboy. That's all I gotta say. Run my bread. I ain't trying to hear nothing else. I don't want to hear no bullshit. You don't research. You don't fucking read.
Say it ain't so, MAGA.
I even told you in the text message, obviously you do not research. And then you did something dumb, like ask me what you missed. And what did I tell you? You will soon find out because you don't research shit. You think because you run to Google and you don't know that Google is not a fucking, it's not a site. It's not a fucking source. All it is gives you information. You still have to do research, MAGA. And the more you open your mouth, the worse off it's going to get. I'm going to keep on drilling your ass because you said you got the money, right? So pay me my cash. I ain't trying to hear shit else.
And real quick, I want to interrupt this moment to give an update on the poll. 222 respondents so far. The question being, is Gangsta Grandma a racist? Oh, 45% say yes. 55% say no. So there's a lot of folks that believe gay. That's almost half.
Oh, wait. There's Arnita, because Arnita was the person that he was trying to talk shit to. That's why I got his ass. That's when I tracked his ass. Yes, he said that shit last night because he was trying to tell Arnita that there's a power plant in Georgia. Wrong, jackass. Pay my bread, baby boy. I need that. Thank you. $100.
Lost 50 to Mike. Now you don't lost $100.
I'm gonna make you pay every time you fucking open your mouth. Flat out. Oh, that's all I came up for. Oh, why do I vote? Because those things affect me and my family. So I try to make sure that I vote, the issues and what best, designs the issues for me and my family.
Fair enough.
MAGA.
Hopefully you are financially satisfied, King. You're always welcome.
Don't worry, there's gonna be more. Pay my bread, bitch.
All right. Thank you, King. That is an evil laugh. Sounds like the end of Thriller with Michael Jackson. In the comments, America is racist, says MDJ. I don't know about that. Keep in mind, right now, you hear about the 1350 argument, African Americans represent a disproportionate amount of people in prison. What about in terms of positions of governor? While we're suggesting that America's racist, did you know that right now we're on the cusp of perhaps having a disproportionate amount of African Americans as governors of states? Byron Donalds is in the lead as a Republican down in Florida. Keisha Lance Bottoms is in the lead in Georgia as a female, an African American female governor. That's really saying something. She's in the lead in Georgia, former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms. Westmore in Maryland is almost a shoo-in to be reelected. Now you got this Crowley guy who beat out the Democrat socialist, her name being something Chung. I can't remember her. It's Hung, rather. Something Hung. I can't remember her first name was, but she lost. She was the one talking about you need to get rid of Thanksgiving and all this really far left shit. But she was beat by a far more moderate Crowley, who's an African American in Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, Maryland, Georgia, and Florida, all four of those states have an African American in the lead. They're not all going to lose. And I believe there's a African American Republican in Michigan. I don't expect him to win, but there's one in Michigan. I think there's one in Nevada, but they're competitive though. I think the one in Michigan, I believe, has Trump's endorsement, but I don't think Michigan, a Trump endorsement in Michigan is not the same as a Trump endorsement in Wisconsin. I mean, in Florida, obviously. So, Byron Donalds getting an endorsement from Trump in Florida means a lot more than getting Trump endorsements have waned. They're nowhere near as powerful or as certain as they used to be. But nevertheless, there are a lot of African Americans that are on the cusp of potentially becoming governors. So you're talking about a racist country. That's saying something, because that would mean that there would be a higher percentage of governors that are African American than than the percentage of the population. That's saying something. They'll give it black folks when the dam breaks every time. I don't get where you must have didn't type that right. V Nizzle in the comments though. You got King Fitness and MAGA Reacts PL. The only thing you need is to be extremely racist, hateful, and bigoted and white. To do what? What do you mean? I don't get where you're going with that. Because Byron Donalds is African American and he's likely to win in Florida. The customer paid the tariff and now they're choosing to give the tariff money back to the corporations instead of the customers. Good job, Trump sting. Look, I don't know how to say it any other way. Trump, the Republican Party, take Trump out of this because this ain't something that's unique to Trump. The Republican Party is pro-corporation. They've been that way. I mean, the whole trickle-down economic thing from Reagan is pro. I mean, the Republican Party is a better party for the haves than it is the have-nots. That's why you hear them talking about the poor people just want free shit and they're anti-entitlement and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Ain't none of that stuff friendly to poor people. None of that stuff is. The Republican Party, if you have wealth and you want to keep your wealth, you should vote Republican. But if you are middle class or, God forbid, poor, or 1 or 2 paychecks away from being poor or homeless, and that's your biggest concern is your economic well-being, you should vote Democrat. Because the right is against having social safety nets in place to help you out. That's why the poverty is greater in Republican states than it is in liberal states, because those social safety nets are not there. So when you're poor in a Republican state, you're really poor. You got to find a church or a homeless shelter because the government ain't doing nothing for you. So, I mean, if you got money, though, and you don't want to be taxed and you don't want to be forced to share, then you should vote Republican. But if you're hurting or you might need help, you should be voting Democrat. The GOP cares about the billionaire class, yet the poor keep working against their own interests. There is definitely some of that in there, Peach Creek. I think it's a case of we all dream of being wealthy. And they have the mindset of, if I ever become wealthy, I don't want to be getting taxed extra. I know if I had the money, I wouldn't want to be getting forced. I wouldn't want to be forced to pay for homeless or give health care to people like me right now. So because I would love to be wealthy one day in my dreams, and if ever I'm at that way, I don't want to have to share. I'm not going to vote for it now. When in reality, as Peachtree Media said in the comments, this stuff would most likely help people just like you. You have far less of a chance of ever being like them than you do of actually needing these policies. You actually need this shit, or you're only one step away from needing this shit. You're a million steps away from being wealthy. So, but I believe that's the mindset is, look, if I ever got that way, I wouldn't want to be taxed either. So, you got the right is against the minimum wage increase, but also against preventing Elon from becoming a trillionaire. Make that make sense. They speak out against the minimum wage increase. They speak out against giving everybody health care, but they were in defense of letting Elon become a trillionaire. And my 0.74 says that's a fucking lie. I wish it was. I've had people on the show defend it. Do we have to really even bring Elon? The right has been in favor of or the belief of letting people develop infinite wealth long before Elon came, even before Trump was president. What do you mean that's a fucking lie? You think the right was against letting Elon become a trillionaire? I haven't heard anybody on the right say, man, we shouldn't let one dude have all the money in the fucking country like that. I haven't heard it. So, yeah, it's a fucking lie because your ears have been closed. The poor middle classes will never become wealthy when they do win the lottery. It's gone in months. Yeah, and the thing about it is that's one of the ways, the quickest ways a poor person can become wealthy, and they don't even get the same provisions that a person who is wealthy get. The person who wins the lottery pays a ridiculous amount in taxes. Ridiculous. Compared to the likes of the wealthy. I mean, when you hit the lottery, they can, you factor in taxes plus what they take if you take a lump sum. You don't even get 50% of it. If let's say one of these Powerballs or Mega Millions goes up to $1 billion, you win $1 billion. You're not walking away with 500 million of that. You are not walking away with 500 million of that. You don't even get half of that. They ain't doing the wealthy class ain't paying nowhere near that kind of taxes. Not even the same universe. So yeah, if you're poor and you become rich like that, they kill you in taxes. It is crazy. Somebody said 465. Yeah, you don't even get half of it. That's crazy. Elon Musk's net worth is approximately 856.9 billion. He's not a trillionaire. Okay, what are you trying to say? It's not a brand new Ferrari. It's 6 months old. And what's your point? He's not a trillionaire. He's only worth about 85% of being a trillionaire. What point are you trying to make? Hey, I ain't a trillionaire. I'm only worth 856 million. I still need another 140 some odd million before I'm there. And this money is going, this money is going to the government and the states. Yeah. Tim, Elon doesn't have all the look. You know the. How could you vote for Trump and criticize me for saying Tim Elon doesn't have all? The man exaggerates all the damn time. Of course, when I'm saying Elon has all the money, it's an exaggeration. You understand when Trump makes wild shit, but I say that and you want to correct me. Let me go back to the box. Hanson Conservative says America's not racist. The Democrat Party just likes to play off of racism. You think that only the Democrats like to do that? Replacement theory is racism, playing off of it. The Haitians are eating cats and dogs, scaring everybody about the Haitians and shit. That's racism. Immigrants are here to rape and murder everybody, frightening everybody about immigrants. That's racism. I mean, black people are burning up whole cities. Not one whole city in America has ever been burned by any protest. That's racism. I mean, you're not gonna. You want to say the Democrats are playing racism? You don't see it coming from the right with all those statements like that. Look, there's some of that on both sides, but I guarantee you're not going to escape that by going to the right side of the aisle. His wealth varies depending on his stocks. Monday, he may be a trillionaire again. Yeah, he's probably got about 20 generations of wealth or more. He has more money than some countries. I personally do not believe any one person should be allowed to have that kind of money. The amount of influence and things he could do, to me, would be a matter of financial security to the country. I just don't think one person should be able to gather that kind of wealth. It should be a limit on it. And I don't buy into the notion if you limit wealth, it's going to stifle innovation and all that shit. It ain't happening nowhere else. Even in socialist countries, they're still inventing shit. Doctors are still taking care of people. Cures are still happening. Everybody ain't just motivated by utter fucking greed. In the comments, nobody believes anybody should have that kind of money until they get smart to earn that kind of money. I don't even believe that, Critical, because Jeff Bezos' wife is giving a ton of hers away. I think Bill Gates' wife is doing it. Everybody does not believe that if I got $1 trillion, I shouldn't have to give some. Everybody ain't about like that. Everybody is not that fucking greedy like that. There are some people who get wealthy. I mean, you see social media pages all the time of people, regular, everyday, average folks being willing to give and pay it forward and stuff like that. You don't hear anything about Elon Musk being charitable. I mean, I'm assuming he gives to somebody. You don't hear anything. Same thing with Trump. I mean, even when Trump was a citizen, I don't remember hearing much about him ever being a charitable person. I mean, unless he's just hiding all of it. Maybe he's being really nice to people, just keeping it all hidden. But I don't remember hearing anything about him being charitable. Pobo, good evening.
Oh snap! You done brought me up here, and I won't paying attention.
All right, I'll drive you.
At the same time, I'm here. Hold up, buddy. I'm still gonna get at you because your fluffing them became ridiculous.
Because I didn't agree that white people smelling all the crazy shit Gangsta Grandma was saying.
No, not that. Because when people say stuff and you act like it don't really. It's not true. Like when they were trying to tell you that when back in the day that the Moors showed the white people how to wash themselves. They brought plumbing to the area because, back in them days, they thought that, washing was evil, or even they were using urine to clean their face and stuff. Like they were using a stick.
Is that for real?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't research anything.
But it's not relevant to today, Pobo. If you say she's saying that white people stink in 2026, obviously white people are not using piss to wash their face in 2026.
That is true. But I have worked with a lot of construction workers, and they feel like they are proud of their stench. The white men are proud. I'm telling you, they are proud of it.
Nobody's proud of smelling.
Honestly, Tim, you say you hang out with a lot of Caucasians, and so do I. If you look on my page, matter of fact, Tim, I'm gonna tell you something that always get me in trouble. I am married to a white woman.
Does she stink?
No, she washed with a wash towel. And I'm not saying all white women or all white people stink, but they are Neanderthals. They are the people that came. They came in.
It's 2026. I don't want to hear about them coming over in the 1400s.
Yeah,
what about now?
2026, I have white guys walking out of the restroom talking about that big log. They bragging about their poop that they just did. Ain't no black guy talking about, man, I just did a big humongous turd in the stew. Y'all need to go see that. I didn't even flush it. These are white people. And I'm not saying they all are like that too. I'm not saying they all are like that, but I done ran across a lot of Caucasian people that act like that. It's ridiculous.
You're hanging around a bunch of adolescent males. Ain't no women coming out of the bathroom talking about you should go look at that turd I dropped.
See how you are defending them.
Because what you're saying ain't true.
It is true. I will not come up here and lie to him because
You're hanging around the cast. You're hanging around the cast of Jackass. Yeah, they may do something like that.
You can say what you want, but at the same time, you want to defend and say, "Oh, white people are not like that." But when it comes to reservation, giving people their 30 acres and a mule, you said we shouldn't give it to them because they're gonna do it by Jordans.
I didn't say that. I did not. Hold on. I'll tell you what I said. I did not say that.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what you said.
I know what I said. I didn't say that.
They were spending on Jordan new.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Have rims, so I think you should give them college.
You're flat out wrong. What now that you got me wrong, I'll tell you what I said. I said if they're going to give reparations so that they can't say somebody's going to go out and buy Jordans or a pair of rims, I said they should give reparations in the form of what they held folks back from. Free college education. Maybe if a person goes out and buys property, they can get it without a property, without a what do you call it, a property taxes for a while, or whatever. The things that they help. Same thing with a business. I said they want to get a business loan, it should be given with special provisions, maybe no interest for a while, or give them the things they held them back from, which were education, businesses, and purchasing property. That's what I said. They said they were going to go out and buy rims. I said so that they can't say somebody's going to do that. Because that's one of the reasons why they're saying we don't want to give them money because they just going to go buy rims and shoes. I didn't say they were going to actually do that.
Are you going to do it? Because I see you waste all your money in airplanes and helicopters and little jets and freaking electric bikes and all of that. But at the same time, you saying, well, I still have college fee. I still owe the college. Why not pay your bills instead of
buying I ain't paying them. So what am I supposed to? So what am I supposed to do? If the bills are current, don't buy anything for yourself. Just pay extra.
I have a Caucasian friend who went to college and he paid all of his bills because he said he did not want to pay interest.
I'm not Caucasian. Despite what you think, I'm not Caucasian.
Yes, I think you should pay your bills.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
I understand.
I'm going now. Let me say something makes you understand for certain that I'm not Caucasian, because I'm about to say some ghetto shit here. If I go out and work, and at the end of the week when I get a paycheck, if my paycheck is only enough to cover my bills and I don't have enough left to do anything of leisure, one of them bills ain't gonna get paid. I refuse to go to work and only pay bills. That is not gonna be the life I'm gonna live. Somebody gonna probably not get paid. If I can't do nothing but work and pay the bill, somebody probably ain't gonna get paid. That's the ghetto in me. There you go.
You can say that's ghetto in you, but I would say it's naive, because
call it what you want.
Because I don't like I say, I watch your show a lot, and I laugh about when you say, well, I fell for Trump saying that
I did.
He would get the war done. I ain't gonna say in 24 hours, but he would have got it done. Let me push you back about a year when you was up here complaining about you went for for the okie doke. And ain't no black man going for this freaking okie doke. You went to Car Shield and threw a pan Car Shield thinking that they were going to fix your car, and then you come up here complaining. You come up here complaining. That's a scam. Everybody know that's a scam, other than a white man.
Everybody gets scammed once in their life, man.
But yeah,
everybody
you know
gets
good
scammed once in their
doggone
life.
well you ain't gonna. If anything, a brother would know from the
I'll tell you
ghetto.
something though. In regards to Car Show, and I haven't done a video on them yet. I had them for, I don't know, when I was driving for Uber and Lyft. You talking about? I had them for, I don't know, 3 years. They did cover 2 of my repairs, but then when I had a big one, they came up with bull. But I used them for roadside assistance like 4 times. They did cover a lot of shit. It was just it came with this bullshit excuse when I really, really needed them.
Yeah, you gotta have 3. You gotta have like 3 or 4 call-ins, like because they have appliances in your house as well. And when you do it, they gotta come service your appliance more than 3-4 times, and it can't be no old appliance. Like you can't have an old hoop there and try to put it on Car Shield. You gotta almost have a practically brand new car. I'm just saying, I laugh at the stuff you say. Because you be fluffing a lot. You be just like now if we say something, you're gonna make sure you say O.J. Simpson got away with it.
So do you think it's fluffy when I say
if they're a white man who got away with something, just like Carmelo Anthony, do you really?
I just brought up how they dirty. I bring up white examples. You just how I brought up how they dirtied up Trayvon Martin, how they dirtied up George Zimmerman, how they dirtied up Rodney King, and none of them deserve what happened to them. I just brought that up 5 minutes ago. It's just one in out the other, I guess.
You said how they dirtied them up, but you ain't gonna talk about how they dirty up. The white guy got dirty.
The people dirtying them up were white. What are you talking about?
You still think that Daniel Penny did the right thing?
I think you're talking about the guy that
be in jail. He should be in jail.
Okay. I think
you was upset because he got
I think Daniel. I don't believe that Daniel Penny choking that guy on the subway was trying to murder him. No, I don't think he was.
But you think Carmelo Anthony intentionally tried to kill?
He stabbed him in the fucking chest.
Strangle a man, and people were telling you, "Okay, dog, let go, it's okay now," and he kept holding them.
I watched the UFC and see plenty of people get choked. You don't see people get stabbed. You stabbing somebody in the chest, you're trying to cause a serious injury.
No, you ain't aiming for the chest. You just stabbing, Tim. That's what you're not understanding. If he would have stabbed
let me rephrase it. You stab somebody in the body, you're going to cause a serious. You can stab them in the stomach. You stab them under any arm, but you stab somebody in the body, you're trying to cause a serious injury.
I'm trying to get him away from me. If you say you from Chicago in the hood, I've done been to clubs in North Carolina and seen people get shot and walk away. They walk away. It was unluckily for him, that stabbing was fatal. I'm pretty sure he wasn't intentionally trying to unalive that person. He wasn't. But you keep coming up here and saying trying to unalive him. But the guy who was strangling Daniel Penny was strangling that little kid.
A straight stab. I don't know how many inches this is. If I put in anywhere in your body, there's a really good chance. There's a really good chance it could be fatal. I mean, unless Carmelo Anthony's just an idiot, a biological idiot.
No, Tim. No, you can get many people been stabbed and nothing happened.
Many people been shot in the head and survived, but it ain't good odds.
Exactly. So you say you did Uber, and so if somebody
we can disagree to disagree. I don't, like I said, I don't believe Carmelo Anthony. I don't believe if that's what you call it, I'll say the terminology. But I don't believe that the guy had to stab Austin Metcalf because
he didn't have to, but he wasn't trying to unalive him. Is what I'm saying.
He didn't have to. Well, okay. So if you go out and do something you don't have to do, and it results in death, they're going to try. Well, I wasn't trying to kill him. You didn't have to do this, though. It's at the very least, it's manslaughter. I mean, and which is what I've been saying. I've been saying the whole time I don't think he deserves 35 years, but I do believe he deserves to be incarcerated.
But stop saying that he was intentionally trying to unalive him.
Okay.
That's what you saying. He was trying to. When he did it, he was hoping that he perish. Is what you always say. But at the end of this, at the beginning of your live, I think it was y'all got to talking about slavery or whatever, and the white man didn't try to. He I guess you were saying he wasn't a bad guy because black people also had people enslaved. People that the black
What?
people.
I didn't
had
say
slaves,
that.
Well, somebody else said it. Well, I just want you to know the black people who had slaves. The reason they had slaves because they was their family members, and that's why they bought slaves.
Yeah.
But you ain't gonna say that, and I just told you.
I said I want one better. I said that I think you could probably count on one hand how many African Americans in this country were slaves, because there was only about 1 to 10% of white people that owned slaves. Black people that owned slaves for profit? I doubt if it was 10 of them.
I like the way you do that. Black people didn't have slaves, but just like white people didn't have that many slaves. You're gonna make
You
sure
just don't like. You just sound like low key. You don't like white people. That's what it sounds
I just
like.
told you I'm married to a white woman.
You can be married to one and still not like
It
them.
ain't that I don't like white people, man. I see evil on both sides, and you.
I don't think you do.
I guess you.
I don't think you do. I think you only see it on. I think you only see it on one side.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? I call it out.
I don't think
I call it out. You just want to make sure. That's like you said. How you doing, Tim? I'm just hanging out here like Jesse Johnson at a clan meeting. you know, you never say.
What's wrong with that?
Change it up. Change it up to a white
Okay, I do say sometimes I say I'm just like hanging out at El Sharpton at the clan meeting.
I'm just saying, change it up, Tim. I like your show. I've been watching it for a minute, but you are really
You nitpicking. No,
your show used to be educational. Now it's a comedy.
You nitpicking.
You comedy. That's why you like talking to Mega Reacts. It's comedy.
Hold on. I like talking to MAGA Reacts because I like talking to. No, I like talking to MAGA Reacts because I like talking to MAGA and opposing guests also. If there were more MAGA Reacts, you'd hear from them also. I'm not singling out him because, as you say, he's comedy or something. I don't get a lot of folks on the right side of the aisle, but I would bring up scholars that lean right if they came on the program. I ain't just picking him out for the sake of who he is.
Well, make him stay on topic. Don't let him go to the freaking. When January 6th, it was a 1-point game, and when it's a 1-point game, that's what I'm looking at. Just make him stay on topic. We ain't talking about that Mega React. There's so much stuff going on in 2026. No need to talk about something way back there, or Kamala Harris was not black, or none of that crap. We're gonna stay on topic. Donald Trump is right now sucking, and he trying to take medals from black people and give it to himself, put his name on everything. He want to put his name on everything. Let's talk about that and why he don't deserve it. Don't let them slide you away over to some dumb
Well,
crap.
one thing I will give you credit and certainly thank you for is, based on your answer, you certainly do watch the program, because some of the stuff you bring, he ain't even said that in a while. So you do watch, and you remember. So I do appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, I pay attention to your show, and half of the time I'm at work and I need entertainment. But daggone it, I had to turn from your show because it gets so ridiculous. Especially when Mega Reacts get up here. I'm like, where is Mike at? What freaking Takesha just said, forget it. I ain't even coming up.
Yeah, I ain't heard from Takesha in a while. But I used to also have people like, Fancy Prince. He was MAGA. I mean, the thing with the MAGA side of the aisle, because Trump ain't delivering, it's a fracture in the Republican Party, and some of the hardcore MAGA are not as happy with Trump, so they don't have as much to defend at this point. So I don't get as much. MAGA Reacts is obviously defending some points that people find indefensible, but like the economy and stuff like that, he's not done a good job.
Yeah, Mega React is ridiculous. But I'm glad my boy's back. What's his name? Daggone it.
I'll get Gen X up here. What about Straight Talk? You like Straight Talk?
Straight Talk is ridiculous. He done kicked me off. He done blocked me from his life.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Straight Talk is ridiculous now. But I'd rather listen to him than Mega React. But what's the guy you had up here? Moo. Yeah, there you go. Moo. I miss Moo. I ain't seen Moo.
Moo is straight socialist.
Yeah, but Moo be kicking facts. Moo be facts. And that's what I'm saying, Tim. It's okay to fluff long you fluff with facts. You just sometimes just go off rails like, yeah, the black guy is just ridiculous, and when no such thing as racism.
Let me ask you. Let me get you accusing me of fluffing before I'm moving on from you. Can black people be racist?
Yeah, look at you.
So black people, can they be racist against white people?
I didn't really think.
You're stuttering.
I'm telling you, I didn't look at it like Stick the Rule and them were looking at it, but after they put it out there, like when you say,
that's a long answer. This is a long answer.
I'm giving you the answer. Half of the time, you don't realize you're using the system that they talking about. When you say, well, 1 minute you will say you're
losing credibility by the minute.
You said in Chicago, everybody over there, the mayor, the police officer, all of them are black. So what you mean? They can be rude to black people, white people, so they can be racist. But then the next day you will say the black people over there, that's the mayor and the cops, they being mean to black people. Because we know that black officers treat black people worse than they treat white people. So see, that's the system they're talking about. It don't matter how much power the black man got. He have to follow the rules.
But the question is, can black people be racist to whites?
They can be prejudiced.
So they cannot be racist to white people.
They can't. If I got a business and I'm being racist to a white guy, I'm losing money.
And some people don't mind losing money. They say racism is expensive. Some people don't mind losing money.
People in business, they want money.
No, that's not true, because you got all kinds of small businesses before the civil rights era that would not serve black customers coming in there, even if it was the only person in there. So some people do put racism over money.
Money in the first place. The black people that had no money. They care about them 2 or 3 people that were trying to buy some coffee. They didn't have no money. Why they didn't?
You accusing me? You lost all credibility. You're accusing me of fluffing when you can't even admit that African Americans can be racist to whites. You lost me with that.
I'm trying to keep it real, Tim.
That ain't keeping it real. That is discriminatory against white people.
I use the same thing you say when they were playing Monopoly. If they let them pass go 500 times, now it's our turn. How can we be racist? We already behind them.
You can easily turn around and do to others what was done to you. As they say, hurt people. Because the black community is also the black community is also very homophobic and sexist too.
Yeah, but is that racist?
No, it's hate.
Yeah,
It's hate.
That's prejudice. Prejudice is hate. Racist is taking your money, keeping you from trying to be the best. As you say, keeping you from living the American dream. What is the American dream, Tim?
I gotta go.
If I'm on Section 8 with food stamp and got me a place to live, since I got a place to live, but that's American dream. What is the American dream?
To me, the American dream is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's all it is. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. If ain't nobody stopping you from doing those things, you got the American dream.
Hey, I hear you. Man, everything I told you, don't forget it. Remember all this.
You also told me blacks cannot be racist to whites. I want to forget that.
You done heard that quite a few times.
And it's wrong every time I hear it. I got to go, Popo. You wasn't ready to come up, remember? Thank you for coming up. Thank you for watching the show. You're wrong on everything, but I appreciate your support.
I know.
Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. He's wrong on everything, though. We just reached 100,000, by the way. Thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Give your boy a sub also. Help out the program as well with the subs. Helps out. We do want to get more Republicans, conservatives, and MAGA. Would love to get more of them. So if you lean right, have some of your folks come listen to the show. If you're MAGA, you're conservative, have some folks come. We don't have moderators, so it's not like your comments are going to get deleted and all this other bullshit that happens on some other liberal programs. We let you speak here. Probably the only thing I will block is somebody typing the N-word over and over again. That does happen. Probably every other show, somebody's in the comments just being racist. If you want to say you think blacks have had too much watermelon or something crazy like that, yeah, it's racist too, but I don't delete that type of stuff. The N-word, I have to because the apps will start canceling the program. But other than that, we don't censor. But yeah, people in the comments are throwing the N-word around all the time. It is what it is. In the comments, real quick, and in regards to our poll, nearly 300 responded so far. That question still going on. Is gangsta grandma racist? Out of nearly 300, 295 participants, 46% say yes, gangsta grandma is a racist. Lewis, appreciate the hat and mustache. Yeah! Some of you folks helping your boy out. Thank you for the hat and mustache. Speaking of which, good evening, Lewis. Black people can't be racist. They can be prejudiced. I disagree. Look, here's my opinion on it. Anytime something happens to an African American and our community is claiming what happened to that person is racist, if you do the exact same thing to a hold on, hang on. If you do that exact same thing to a white person and say it ain't racist when it happened to them, it's bullshit. You got echo.
Say it ain't racist when it happened to them. Tim, I got an echo right now. So slow down and I'll come back up.
All right. Shit, I don't know what you did, but it wouldn't left fast. To me, yeah, like I said, if the victim went through the same experience, then the label should be the same. I mean, we as African Americans call white people racist for all sorts of shit. Calling the cops because you're driving through their neighborhood, or saying you can't be in the park. Karen's friends, we call Karen's racist all the time. So if you're in a black neighborhood as a white person and they're saying some of the same shit Karen say, if it's racist when you do it to us, then it's racist when we do it to you. I don't believe that you can do the same thing to a white person and somehow the definition of it gets downgraded. You just never get me to believe that. I do believe black people can be racist. I just do. Tim, your understanding of racism is flawed. No, it ain't. I don't believe racism is based on skin color or control of the system. Going back to, I think it's mostly based on hate. Lewis, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim? Hey, Tim, I think when we go on that, and I'm just going to go back a little bit, when we go on that reparations thing, I think especially when you're talking to a white tea person, they think you saying that it should come from them. What they don't understand is we're not saying that white people owe us reparations. We're saying the United States owes us reparations.
I don't think they care. I don't think even if the money was coming from black people, I think they would be against it. They just don't want. I mean, they don't even want Juneteenth. They don't care. They don't want to apologize for it because a lot of people wish it was still going. I'm being honest with you. They don't care what the money. They're not going to give you anything. They didn't even want an apology issue, which costs nothing.
But what you don't understand is that we don't care what they think. I mean, my thing is like we don't care what they think, but it's the logical part of it is that they need to think that we're talking about they owe us something. Because all they say is we didn't do anything. Why should we have to pay it? Nobody's saying you have to pay it. We're saying that the United States has to pay it. The United States paid it to lots, reparations to everybody.
Well, they don't say it's their tax money though.
Yeah, but it's ours too.
No, they don't want their tax money going to reparations.
Oh my God! Did they want their tax money going to Argentina? Did they want their tax money going to Israel every year?
They would rather their tax money go down the drain than to go to people for reparations.
And that's why their opinion doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying that. Now,
when I say the drain, I mean that in every sense of the word, because Trump's reflective pool That's a good example of money going down the drain. They would rather the money go to that than reparations.
Hey Tim, have you ever been to the reflecting pool?
Yes, but I mean, just kind of walk by it.
Yeah, but and that's all anybody ever does. I mean, that's pretty much it. It's actually something that's not supposed to even be viewed at night. I mean, the daytime. It's actually supposed to be viewed at night. That's when you can see the reflection off the Washington Monument when the moon is behind the Washington Monument reflecting off the reflecting pool. It has nothing to do with the sun whatsoever. So the color of the reflecting pool is totally relevant. It's the water that actually gives the reflection. And you only can see that at night. You can't even see it in the daytime. If you look at the reflecting pool from the southwest end in the daytime, you don't see the tower. At night, you see the tower. You see the Washington Monument, and that's what it was created for. Okay. The illusion was the water, not the color of the pool. You follow what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
So, and that's the bottom line on it. And everybody knows, except for dumbass DT, that if you paint the bottom of a pool a dark color, you're going to get 3 times the algae you'll ever get if it's a light color. That's why beach sand is light.
Well, it ain't just Trump. It's he went out and hired what was supposed to be professionals. Those are the people who should have been responsible for telling them you can't do this. So it's pretty clear the professionals he hired were incompetent.
Well, what you have to look at is like the guys hired are guys that does the pools for his different things that he do it for.
Little
These
small
are not
pools.
guys.
Yeah, a little small.
These
pools.
are not guys who do long-standing. Even if they do swimming pools is on a circulatory system. The reflecting pool, once that water is in there, it's not being moved. Do you follow what I'm saying? It's just.
I'm surprised they don't. I'm surprised they don't put something in there so that the water is constantly being.
That's what they should have done. They should have made it like a swimming pool.
Yeah. Kind of like when you see the Bellagio in Vegas, and that water is moving. I mean, you see that in the daytime. That water is clear because you can see the coins people throwing. I mean, that water is clear. They should have done it like that.
Because it's circulating and it's getting out. It's even probably being filtered and everything else. I'm sure it has to be filtered up in Vegas. Let's be for real. You know, telling what's in that water. But my thing is that I just think that, and by the way, Mega does owe Mike $100. By the way, and you know I don't even play their little games. Tim, I'm gonna tell you something. You need to stop them from doing that stupid betting online.
Look, this is a free speech program. These fools want to bet money. I'm not getting involved, getting in the way of that.
Yeah, but my thing is that it's a waste of our time. I don't give a shit about what him and Michael arguing about. I mean, we don't care about that kind of stuff. You have some pretty heavy hitters on your live. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm starting to get annoyed with Gangsta Grandma too, because she does give you all the power in the world to say that black people can be racist too. She really feeds that more than anything. But Tim, don't be shaking your big bubble.
She is racist. Look, I like gangster. I love me some gangster, but I'm gonna call out what it is. Like, I mean, like I talked to Gen X. One thing I'll say about Gen X, at least he's willing to admit he's racist.
And you know the thing about it is that I definitely want you to know this, is that I don't think systematically black people can be racist. But I do think black people can be racist as an individual. But we don't have any systems.
Okay, I agree with that. Well, wait a minute. I partially agree with that. I think when you guys say blacks don't control the system, you're going all the way up to presidential level, federal government system. When I say system, I'm saying, look, if you got a business, let's say Oprah or Tyler Perry or something, in that system, you work for Harpo Studios, that system that she owns, you can do racist shit in that system. It's owned by black people.
And we call that bigotry and discrimination.
Yeah, see, when we did it at a white company, it would be racism.
No, not necessarily. I don't think that either. I think when it's racism, it's because you are doing it just because I am black.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the idea that blacks don't control systems is false. There are black judges, there are black chiefs of police, black mayors. Black people do control a lot of systems, especially in big liberal cities. Most of that shit is all ran by black people.
Now, who you think runs DC? You think the mayor of
DC is the federal though. I mean, I get they have a mayor, but the federal government interferes in DC heavily. I'm talking about places like Philadelphia or places like Chicago where the feds ain't in control like that. In Chicago, most of that shit's ran by black people. That's not ran by whites.
But what I'm saying though is the feds trump any state laws.
Yeah, but the state is where they're gonna put your ass if they charge you with some crime that you didn't commit. You may be charged with a crime that you didn't commit, and you might be arrested by a black cop, sentenced by a black judge, and now you in a black prison. And white people ain't got nothing to do with that.
I'm not saying black people can't be bigot to their own people, but I bet you couldn't do. I don't care how high you get up. You're not just gonna do that randomly to a white person.
Okay, I can see where because whites control more systems in this country and more of the finances, they can perpetrate it more. But the idea that blacks can't be racist is ridiculous to me.
I just don't think. I think all white people can be racist. I'm not saying they are. I think they can, but I don't think all black people can be racist. And that's just the way I think.
Yeah, because you factoring in systems.
I know we have the Tyler Perrys, the Oprah Winfrey's, but
that lives in a trailer park. How can they be racist?
They can't be.
So all white people can't be racist.
No, I don't can be
you
racist.
Just said it.
No, I said they could be. If they were successful, they could be. All black people that are successful can't be.
Why not?
You think Dennis Rodman can be racist?
Yes. If he wanted to, I mean, if he goes out, look, maybe he's looking for an accountant or an agent, and he only hires black people. That's being racist. Or maybe he needs to get rid of somebody.
No, that's being bigotry. That's bigotry.
Okay, how?
I think. See, this is my thing, Tim. I think a white person that owns a business should be able to hire whoever and whatever they want to. And I don't consider this bigotry. Let me ask you something, Tim. If you had a black guy and a white guy that walks in the office that you agree with, they both have the same credentials, which one are you going to hire? If they bring the same thing to the table intellectually, experience-wise, and the whole 9 yards, which one are your black ass going to hire?
You know, it's crazy because maybe one of them told me a joke during the interview or something. I don't know. There's got to be something.
You know which one I'm going to hire, Tim? I'm probably going to hire the black guy because I know that motherfucker probably listen to R&B music or rap music that I can deal with. I know when I tell his ass.
Okay, all right, I'm fluffy. Yeah, probably. You're probably right. You're probably right.
So I don't blame white people when they do the same thing. I don't blame white people when they. I don't blame white people when they surround themselves with people that they feel more comfortable with. That's not racism. That's just having a preference because you have that position where you could do that. You should put the people around.
But the problem is when you're only 15% of the country, if you're okay with white people doing that, that's going to exclude blacks from a lot of places because most of the country is under them.
And you know what? My thing is like this, and that's why I say we have to become more a part of that system. You got to figure right now, white men are what percentage of people in the United States? What percentage of white males are there in the United States?
I mean, the white race itself is 60% of the population, and I guess half of that is men. So I don't know, 30%?
Actually less than that. 37% of the population of white men or white men.
Okay, so
37%. But listen to me. How many percentages of the United States do you think are CEOs, sheriffs?
Oh, they're disproportionately in control of all of that.
Proportionally, if they say it's 13% of black people, I think all of those positions should be filled by 13% of black people. That's how you make it fair. It don't have to be the same, but it has to be equal too.
I don't know how you can do that because you got to have a customer base and things like that. And as you just said, you support white people going in endorsing white businesses and shit. That's not going to happen.
America is not fair equally by
design,
by sex, by race, by color, by nothing.
But is there any country on earth that is?
I think Europe probably is.
No.
Because if you just take France, what percentage of the population of France is white people?
I don't know, but there's plenty of black French that are complaining about racism. I mean, you see,
because 2% of them.
I don't
That's
know.
why when you hear black people, Tim, you've been to one country. Don't be talking like you a world traveler.
I didn't say I was.
So you lived in one country, and I'm telling you something. If you tell me that there was no racism or discrimination
I didn't say there
toward black
wasn't.
people,
It wasn't as bad though. It wasn't as bad as it is in America.
I think it's not just as blatant. But if you ask any of the indigenous people that are there, that are of color, they'll tell you something totally different.
Yeah, they're gonna sound like the Native Americans. I'll say this. Here's the difference between America and Australia. And this is what I used to tell my Australian friends. They would claim that America's more racist than Australia. I would say the reason America appears more racist than Australia is because we actually let the people in and they don't agree with each other. I say, you guys are racist at the border. So these people, it ain't many of us even over here. So the racism is coming from your immigration, which is what Trump is starting to now try to do. So you're not going to have a lot of clashing between the people because most of the country is going to be one group. The racism is happening at the border in Australia. They up to the late 70s, they had what's called Keep Australia White policies. So they weren't even letting, because my uncle tells me that when he fought in Vietnam, he's like, we used to want to go over, they wouldn't even let us in. So they just really started letting other people in the country very recently.
You know what you become when you go to another country as a black American? Irrelevant.
I don't know about that.
You do become, Tim, what was their government like in Australia when you did? Did you even think about it? Did you even care who their governor was? Did you even care who their mayor was? Did you vote? Did you try to do anything? Did you try to have any opinion about how much trash get picked up?
But I owned a business. I had a nice vehicle, a nice place. I was living the Australian dream.
But that benefit, believe it or not, and that probably benefited them more than you.
Maybe, but I was happy.
Well, you were happy, of course you were, because you're irrelevant. Nobody messes with you. Nobody cares. That's what I'm saying. I've lived in a lot of countries, and I'm telling you, Tim, the reason why we love them is because we become irrelevant and we don't care about it. When you start caring about it, even if you'd have stayed in Australia long enough to care about it, you would have been just as pissed off with their government as you is with ours.
I don't know, because the people over there, I mean, I got treated way nicer over there than I do in America.
Tim, when you go to a place and you're making money and spending money for a place, they treat you like a god. You just got on a cruise ship. Did you stop in any of those countries when you were on that cruise? Did you stop and get off this boat? When you went to those countries, you hand a guy a $5 tip, that motherfucker think you just sucked his dick, right?
I wasn't doing that in Australia, though.
but I'm just saying, though, when you're making money for people and you're just a visitor, you can't make that opinion off of how great the country is. When you become relevant and have an opinion about how they do things, you'll see the rejection there. That's when you start to see the rejection.
I think sometimes, though, in some cases, we can go around looking for problems. I mean, I got friends.
I'm telling you right now.
I got friends that go into restaurants. One of my friends, African American woman, she's black. She go into restaurants, and I mean, 70% of the time she in the restaurant, if the staff are white, she complaining about something. It took too long.
Let me tell you something,
it's like she's looking for it.
Let me tell you something. I understand exactly being a military man myself. And I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of testosterone in the military. Every country we went into, we walked in there with some serious end swag. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Okay.
So we definitely I turn people in Africa against me. You know what I'm saying? Because we go in there with a different swag than what Black Americans have, a different swag than any other Black people on the planet. We have a different swag. We're rude, we're abrasive, we have our chest stuck out and go. And not only that,
that ain't never been me. I don't.
But Tim, I look at you now and I know it was never you. Yeah. You were the guy who would run if a guy pushed you in your chest. You probably run home crying to your mom with your big ass. You are the guy. Like you say, he could.
Let me say something. That aggressive shit you celebrating. That aggressive shit you celebrating is why a lot of folks look like you that are behind bars.
I ain't no problem with that. Let me tell you.
They do. Their whole fucking life is fucked up.
My son was a very good professional ball player. He in the 12th grade, he was 6'5", 260 pounds. Defensive end, went to college on a scholarship, played 4 years in the NFL. Badass dude. If my son came home crying because somebody whooped his ass, I'm dragging his ass back down there. If he tell me he ran home because he didn't want to fight, I'd beat his ass and send him back down there. Simple as that. Now I know you were different because you were raised by women in the church and all that good stuff.
I was raised by a dad that was a Vietnam veteran. Marine. He was a Marine. He was kind of like what you're talking about.
And that's what I'm saying. So my thing is, but you just turned out to be a big wimp. But
Ain't got shit to do with being a wimp. God damn it, I went to school and got educated. I know how to avoid some of the shit you celebrate. No, I think what you're saying, while it's great to have bravado, they didn't drop you. I think what you're saying, while it's great to have bravado, you represent, based on my opinion, why a lot of us are actually behind bars as opposed to living a successful life. That shit don't get you ahead. And by the time by the time you get to be our age, hold on. Normally by the time you get to be our age, you realize that shit is for the birds. That's Carmelo Anthony shit.
Know that. And I'm telling you something. And I was just really losing that as an example because that's not how I raised my kids. I raised my kids to walk away from it, especially because people always.
Yeah, but if you're calling them a wimp, you might provoke him to do some dumb shit.
I always told my son to avoid it because he always got picked on because of his size. The little guys always would pick on my son because of the simple fact it's a win-win for them because even if he beats them up, they win. So I always told him to walk away from it, and that's what he did. Well, what I was trying to tell you is Carmelo Anthony's dad maybe didn't say that.
Bro, maybe that's why he's where he's at. But I'm telling you, I agree. Look, and I'm somebody who carries too. So I believe that if you're carrying, you need to be extra modest and extra precautious because every conflict you get in, you're bringing something lethal to the conflict. Same thing with Carmelo Anthony. You're carrying something that could kill someone. So you need to really avoid conflicts because if it really comes to something, you may have to take somebody's life. Are you okay with doing that right now? If you could just easily avoid it?
I honestly believe that these boys, after you heard the full story and the full transcript of what they didn't let as evidence into that trial, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
I think Carmelo Anthony might have known the reputation of these boys before he even got in that situation.
Which makes it worse.
No, don't make it worse.
Why would you go sit down next to that? When you got your hand in the bag on the night, don't do that.
He was just trying to get out the rain and went in there because he was invited in there.
Yeah, he was just trying to. Take that knife away. He ain't sitting over there. This is the same argument I give about Kyle Rittenhouse, George Zimmerman. When people carry lethal weapons, it caused them to do shit that they would not do if they weren't armed.
I carry concealed and been doing it for years. Worked in law enforcement, and I have never pulled my gun in anger when I'm pissed off with somebody. I've never done it.
No, but I don't think Carmelo Anthony goes over there if he doesn't have that knife.
I think he does. I think a kid does do that at a track meet. That's just my belief. I believe he does. We don't know why he had that knife in his bag. That never came out why he had it. He didn't have it for protection. So, but I don't know if that ever came out. I don't really know that full story. I'm not one to say that he made a good decision, but I'm not surprised that a kid made that decision. And my thing is this right here is that it was a bad decision, and I think he should pay a price for it. I think the price that he paid for was way too much. But I'm not the one to judge that. I think in appeal, they'll probably definitely get that lowered. What pisses me off about it and make me think that it was discrimination was the simple fact that they had 2 other cases in that same state, and those people only 10 years or less.
You get an argument from me. I think 35 years is ridiculous. I got to move it on, Lewis, but that's probably the one thing we definitely do agree on is that they gave him people go out and kill multiple people and don't get that much time. I think that was a bit harsh to give him 35 years in prison.
And not only that, but the stuff that they hid behind that never got released too.
And that too.
That's where he'll win on appeal because and don't get me wrong, they made a deal with his lawyers made a deal with the judge. Some kind of shaky deal.
All of that looks shaky. We'll see. I mean, he's on appeal. We'll see. But I got to go, Lewis. Thank you.
All right, man. Take care, Jim. Thanks, Tim.
Looking in the comments real quick. One was 2 kids in the scheduled fight. Metcalf didn't know they were. Like I said, me and my last caller disagrees on my belief that take away the weapon Anthony had. I don't think he's going over there. He says he would have done it anyway. I do believe when folks have the ability to defend themselves, they sometimes put themselves in situations that they would not do if they weren't capable of defending. Like George Zimmerman chasing off Trayvon Martin in the middle of the night. Take away that pistol, he ain't doing that. I said the same thing about Kyle Rittenhouse. And I do believe Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. They were trying to harm him. But take away that AR, and he's not in that protest. He is not there. He is not there offering medical advice for a guy that has no medical training and talking about he's defending property or whatever other bullshit. He would not be there if he didn't have that AR. So people put themselves in dangerous situations just because they think they got a firearm. And in all three of their cases, it turned out to be very costly. Even though Zimmerman and Martin were found not guilty, they still had to spend months wondering if their whole life was going to be gone. They laid there in the bed staring at the ceiling at night, just like Carmelo Anthony did. They just had a better outcome. But they went through a lot of PTSD. Both of them did. George Zimmerman apparently is still dealing with problems, financial problems and employment problems and stuff. So no, put a gun in their hand and they go out and do something stupid. Trump is a rapist, asked the Supreme Court. Was it actual limitation, but was it the Supreme Court? He's not going over, just like you said, Tim, take away the weapon. He's not. I don't think he would have done it. I don't think he would have went over there. The gun is always a problem. I don't think the gun is the problem. I think the mindset of the person with the gun is the problem. People get, just like they say with alcohol, people can get liquid courage. You can get weapon courage. People get courage because they got a weapon in their hands. A lot of these folks getting out of the car, doing road rage events and shit, like a lot of that's because they got guns. I mean, everybody ain't meant to have a firearm. Everybody is not meant to have a firearm. I think it's pretty clear. There's some people that are flipping in here. We all know somebody that has a quick temper. Everybody knows somebody that has a quick temper. It doesn't take much to set them off. That kind of person shouldn't have a gun. They should not have a gun. When you say black people cannot be racist, you know how I feel. I don't believe being a certain skin color excludes you from being. I think you can be racist. Yes, I think an African American can definitely be racist. And I don't think it changes to being bigoted or prejudiced just because the person got melanin. Yeah. My SIG gives me courage. Yeah, and the crazy thing is, you got your SIG and you realize how many people got guns. I mean, nothing special in America. I don't care what you got. Somebody near you got something that can challenge you, no matter where you at. I mean, even in liberal cities, you got to point out with the tough gun laws you guys claim, there really is nowhere in America you can go where somebody ain't probably within 100 yards of you that's armed. No matter where you at, somebody probably within 100 yards of you got a gun on them. I mean, even in liberal areas, as you guys talk about. In the comments, let's stop giving the race feel. Let's stop giving this race-filled case a break and remember we're not all the same. We're not all the same. I don't disagree with that. Carmelo Anthony defenders are a piece of shit. Well, I'm not defending them, but I also am not defending Austin Metcalf because it sounds like Austin Metcalf was a racist. I do think Carmelo Anthony made a bad decision. I think 35 years is heavy. Maybe half, maybe even less. Maybe even less because they did initiate contact, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't mean you get to kill somebody, though. Somebody much bigger than you walks up and punches you in the face, a bully. You can't just, look, here's my opinion on this. Every school in America, private, public, elementary, middle school, high school, virtually every school in America has bullies in it. Every school in America does. If we allow the person being bullied to use lethal force on the bully, because most bullies are bigger than the person they're bullying. Most bullies run with a team of people. They usually have 2 or 3 other friends. I brought up movies like Karate Kid, Johnny and his crew was bullying Ralph Macchio, Danielson. They were bullying him. I brought up Michael J. Fox, Back to the Future, Biff and his crew. Were, if we allowed them people to kill, I mean, you would have murders all over the damn place. If we allow the kids to start stabbing their bullies and shit, that would be happening everywhere. There are plenty of kids that are bullied by bigger kids. I do believe it's something that needs to be addressed, but not with lethal force. I mean, you would have dead kids all over the fucking place if you start allowing the kids getting bullied to use knives and forks and shit in the cafeteria and just start shanking your bullies and shit. It would be murders all over the schools. It would be, you think you got mass shootings in schools now. It would be terrible. Now they won't do it against this T-Mac, but you would have traumatized kids all over the place. Watching one kid kill this bully in lunch, blood every fucking where. I mean, you would have traumatized kids all over the place, all over the country doing some shit like that. No, I don't favor that. See somebody comment says kids with weapons. Great idea. Well, it ain't hard to fashion a weapon. What Carmelo Anthony had, it's a pointy instrument. I mean, they can make sharp instruments in prison. You know, a kid got plenty of access to do it. I mean, so it ain't hard to fashion some kind of stabbing tool, pair of scissors. I mean, so no, I don't. You can't be allowing people to kill their bullies and saying that's stand your ground. You got to nip that in the bud. That can get out of hand real fast. Saying mean words doesn't give people the right to kill them. Exactly. He did apparently touch him somewhat, but it wasn't anywhere near, to me, from what I heard, enough to justify using lethal force. It sounds more like the best argument is either going to be stand your ground, or you have to really believe that Carmelo Anthony, without being injured at all, felt like he was in danger of some serious bodily threat. And in my opinion, at that point, you just leave. He had no problem running after he stabbed the guy. Then if you thought they were going to cause serious harm, why didn't you just run off? You didn't have a problem doing it once you stabbed him. You didn't stay there. So he made some bad decisions, which is why I do believe Carmelo Anthony deserves some time behind bars. I don't think he should walk. We can argue about the 35 years. I'll grant that, but he definitely deserves some time behind bars. Why wouldn't you go sit somewhere to get away from the rain because you don't have a weapon? I just look at it like this. If you really believe that there's a good chance you may face serious bodily harm to the point where you got to defend yourself, I'm going to give my last guest, who called me a wimp, I'm going to give him validation. Even if I'm armed, and I know I can handle the 2 or 3 dudes that I think might try to fuck me up if I go. I would rather stay out in the rain. I don't police reports, having to hire an attorney, the temporary time I'm being detained and maybe even taken down to the prison, taken down to the jail. Where I don't want to deal with. If I can just walk away, I would rather walk away. It ain't that serious that I really want to sit down here to the point where I'm willing to get into a deadly confrontation so that I can stand my ground and sit here in the rain. If that makes me a wimp, I will take that like a badge of honor. I will take that. You realize how much money it costs, even when you have a justified, like Kyle Rittenhouse or George Zimmerman. Both of them were deemed self-defense and justified. You don't get that legal fee money back. You don't get any time you were detained and being questioned by detectives and sitting in rooms, maybe spending the night over. You don't get any of that back. You lose that permanently. Is sitting next to these dudes really that important? No, I'd rather just fuck with the rain than have to go. I think that's serious. We don't know if he believed that. I don't know what he believed, but to me, it didn't have to go down like that. The thing is, hindsight is 2020. I doubt he got that situation with the intent of stabbing someone. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure of that. Because from what I heard, there was testimony that indicated he had his hand in the bag on the weapon, and the Metcalfs were saying, "You ain't got nothing in that bag." He was, from what I heard, maybe I'm hearing this wrong, but it sounded like he was already kind of gearing up to pull the knife out of the bag and indicating, "I got something in here for y'all." Didn't he also reportedly say, "Touch me again" or something like that? Yeah, he was ready to go. He was ready to go. I just think, to me, in the comments, T-Mac says people are tired of fun. Is this an episode of The Warriors where you turn around, we're tired of running from the riffs? Oh, not the riffs, the baseball furies? You tired of running? All right, well, if you can take the bat out of their hand and shove it up there, it's like a popsicle stick, like they did. The movies did okay, but unfortunately, Metcalf is now, Carmelo Anthony is now wondering how many of those 35 years he has to do. He ain't running this point at all, unless they let him out in the yard occasionally. Stand your ground is a law. True, that is true. The orphans. See what you get when you mess with the orphans? Pulls out the blade. Anyway, folks, I appreciate the 119,000 likes. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. How old is these kids? They high school. They're adults now. So they have 16, 17. I think they're about 17 when this happened. So these are close to being adults. They were like 17. So to me, you gotta be more wise than that. Tim, everybody says what they will do. On one bad decision can change your life forever. Nobody wants to be talked about on social media because they are in front of a judge over a felony. No, but that's going to happen. That's going to happen still, though. I agree with you, but that's going to happen. Like I said, even at 17, I'm sure I was mature enough to not deliberately go somewhere where I would have had to use a weapon. I don't know. You win the fights you don't get into. You win every fight you don't get in. Sounds like he tried to give that kid that has a history of bullying opportunity to leave him alone. That absolutely could be the case. That absolutely could be the case. But he only did that because he knew he had a force multiplier on him. Look, if you think spending time in jail and now prison, not to mention going through all of the rigmaroles of the system and having to deal with it ain't worth all that. This is to avoid sitting in the rain. That's all this is about. This ain't about somebody fucking with your kid and you standing up for your mom or something. This is about, I didn't want to sit in the rain. Okay. He tried to take him out and Austin didn't go for it. Yeah. And to me, it would be a lot more, I think it would be a stronger case if they had at least hit him once. Like these guys didn't even pinch him. Like, you shanked them before. So now you got to not only say you were operating in self-defense and standing your ground, you got to prove that they actually was a threat to you because they ain't touched you of any significance. They ain't. Did any of them yell out, "I'm going to kill you" or something? Like you don't have nothing to show. You don't have a scratch on you. It don't look good. I would fluff and spin it if I could. It don't look good. So I said I don't see how Carmelo Anthony should be able to walk. I think he definitely deserves some prison time. They ain't even touched you yet, dude. I mean, you don't already stab one of them. This is solely based on, this is like the cops with that bullshit of I fear for my life. That type of shit. We let cops get away with that crazy shit all the time. I fear for my life. Ain't nobody done nothing to the cop and he was allowed to shoot and kill somebody because he just used the magic words. I was in fear for my life. That's what Carmelo Anthony seemed like he's trying. It ain't gonna work for Carmelo Anthony like it does for a guy with a badge. It ain't gonna work for them. He shouldn't have had the knife. From what I hear as a runner, they carry the blade around to scrape dirt out of their cleats. So from what I hear, it's not uncommon to have a fold up pocket knife. So it ain't like he came to school with a, with a fucking Crocodile Dundee knife or something. He just came to school with a pocket knife. So go figure. Stay away from trouble and you win every time. Well, as they told Daniel-san in Karate Kid 2, there may be trouble looking for you. He told the guy, I'm not looking for any trouble. The guy told him, well, there may be trouble looking for you. That's because you try to stay away from trouble don't mean trouble can't sometimes find you. Sometimes it can come find you. They both should have been home studying, doing homework. No, they were at school for something, sports or something, weren't they? No, they weren't out of place. Sean, you said they pulled a chunk of Carmelo Anthony's hair out? I haven't heard that. Has anybody heard that? They pulled a chunk of his hair out? Did that before he stabbed anybody? I haven't heard that. Yeah, I haven't heard that. That would change some of it. Now they are in the process of injuring him at least. If he's just there and they're saying get out of here and they're fucking yanking at his head and stuff, now that's different. I haven't heard that though. I haven't heard that they did that. The Carmelo Anthony case, and with all the people I've talked to defending Carmelo Anthony, nobody's brought that up. Which that's a big point to bring up is they got them. I mean, somebody got your hair, they can control where your head's going and all of that. I mean, that would be big. I don't think that happened. I think that would have came up more. In the comments, we haven't heard everything. Maybe they hushed that part up. The Carmelo case was never about race. It was about rage. It's about race. The 35 years is race. All the social media. Look, if Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf were both white, that case does not get national attention. The father ain't on Fox News and all that other bullshit. BLM is not there. If it's black on black, BLM is not involved. Same deal. I mean, that case, all of that. I don't think that if a black person, you got black people that kill black people every day and they don't get 35 years. And the same with white on white. Certainly in a case like that, it ain't like he went into a liquor store and shot the guy behind the counter because he wouldn't get the money out fast enough. 35 years is real heavy for that. Real heavy for that. Because I believe Anthony was wrong to stab him. But I too don't believe that was the goal was to kill him. You got people that go and rob liquor stores and shit and pop the clerk in the head and don't get 35 years. Well, they trying to murder the motherfucker. They don't get 35 years. I absolutely believe the sentence was egregious. Because I don't think he was trying to kill him. His actions, which is why I would say more manslaughter than murder. But I do believe he should get time. It's your boy Tim the Handsome Liver. I got to step away. Thank you folks for tuning in. Follow the program if you're watching us on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or Clapper. Give your guys a sub if you're watching on YouTube. It's early enough. We may come on in a couple more hours. Depends on the news, and news changes everything. Take care. See you guys later. Don't go out like Austin Metcalf, or Carmelo Anthony, rather. Don't go out like Carmelo Anthony. Use your noggin before you may use what's on your hip, on your appendix, on your ankle, or wherever you happen to carry. Holla. See ya. Take care.